Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
And these are all the ways that each delegation should take them.
Let's just have a conversation. How y'all doing, family? What's going on, family? Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let me introduce to the crew. We got Lady Di, Precious, Mr. Let Go, Cloud Jones, Casey, Hypersexuality, Nice Pair, Shreya Smooth, Swing. Myself, Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
What up? What up?
Good.
Doing okay.
What's happening?
It's y'all doing
Hey, can
okay?
y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we get you.
Hold on, you sound you got a little bit of feedback.
Yeah, it's a little choppy.
I have feedback.
Yeah, sound like you got some wires crossing. Something going on. That's all right. Just go ahead and try to troubleshoot it. That's getting feedback. Anyhow, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Good to see you guys in attendance. We got a all-star panel as usual. Mr. Let Go. You got a new seat, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I got to watch the throne tonight, huh? Okay, there you go. Man, hope to be rich like y'all folks one day. Anyhow, it's good to see you guys. Let's go ahead and get this show started. Get the housekeeping out the way. Shout out to the sponsor, T. Shanley, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men, 30% off along with a free gift. Make sure you guys click that link that's in the description. They got all type of goodies for you guys. Make sure we get our skincare in order. To take care of your skin in the summer and the winter, all year round. It should just be part of your everyday routine. So T. Hanley does have a morning routine as long as an evening routine. I'll make sure I get you some of that, Sweeney, man, so you can give some to some of your clients or something. Maybe they might use it. All right.
Actually, he can use it.
Let go. You starting already, man. Starting already. Be nice. Be nice. Be nice. Also hit the like button. Also make sure you subscribe to the channel. Go ahead and share the stream to someone who potentially may find some value in this dialogue tonight. I expect it to be a healthy dialogue tonight. I don't think anybody should be going at it. We are all peaceful Black folks. All peaceful Black folks. Shout out to Dale, man. We got Dale Matthew in the chat, part of Green Gang, Joe Lee, Jordan Landry, Mr. BX87. What else we got in there? I think that's all I see right now. Ed Hill. If you want to become part of Green Gang, click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat. And go green. Come on to the Green Gang. Also, we have HR in the building. HR is in the building. HR is a real thing. So it's a whole backstory behind that, but HR is real. So if you guys need to fill out any hurt feelings reports already, Sweeney, I'm just to let go, right? The whole skincare thing. Can you hear me, Sweeney?
Oh, Lord. Here we go. We're going to have one of them nights. Come on, Sweeney.
No, I was turning off my TV.
The TV.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's showtime, Sweeney. What's going on, bro?
Hey, what else are we supposed to do during that long intro?
Come on, man. You better watching Wheel of Fortune, man. Go and give it up, man. They got a whole new cast over there now. They're going to get Steve Harvey over there. Steve Harvey and his wife.
Oh, hell.
Let me go ahead, man, because my jokes ain't hitting already, I see. So it's definitely going to be a long night, man, because y'all giving me that, I don't even know what to do. I'm feeling a lot of pressure from the panel right now. Y'all just ready just to get into the topic? Just F it, right?
We eager tonight.
Let's go.
Let's go, bro. We ready.
Okay. I could have been trying to stall for a reason, man. Anyhow, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel, man. That's going to be one of those nights, man. I thought I could win over the panel, but maybe I can win over the chat. So hit the like button for me if you're ready for a good show. We're going to go ahead and kick it off. I don't have a video for this, but I can put this up.
Oh, hell.
Nice picture. Well, nice picture choice, I would say.
I don't know, man. HR had sent me that, man. He had to do a freeze frame on that particular one. Don't ask me why.
Charleston is looking like.
When I pulled up, this is what it is. It's been a lot of things that's been going on. A lot of conversations, a lot of streams, a lot of reactions, but we haven't had the reaction from the Lapeef Let's Talk show. And since we have such a diverse of highly intelligent Black folks, peaceful Black folks, that is, I want to get you guys' take on it. So we're going to go ahead and react. Let's be civilized. Let's give a little bit of grace to Brittany. You know, we've all had the moments where we've been under the influence, and at one point in time, no? Grace?
Grace to who?
Grace, what?
She has trauma. So she has.
I'm giving grace to Brittany.
Who we got to give the grace to? I just need to know.
Well, let's go ahead and kick
Brittany
it.
Renner.
Let's go ahead and kick it.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and get our immediate reactions to Brittany Renner's behavior on the Dance Project show. I think I'm gonna go ahead and start with let me start with Lady Di first, man. I know Lady Di has Brittany's back, so I'm gonna go ahead and kick it off with you.
Wow. I mean, it's not nothing new to me. I know she was speaking about how she was changed and why she was doing what she was doing in the past. But see, the thing is, like, anytime someone is used to doing something, it is very hard to stop. So you have to definitely try to change. I know they say 21 days to change something, but in reality, it takes like years to really just get your mind right. It's a mindset thing. It's not, I would say it's a habit, but it's just how you process life. So if you look at yourself and you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna go on this show. You know, she was already wearing an outfit that was kind of very revealing anyway. She kept pulling down her dress, which means that it was too short. I know back in the day, you know, sometimes teenage life or when you're a young adult, you may wear an outfit like that, but she is grown, you know, she has children. So if you're still pulling down your dress at that age, then it seems like you're a little bit immature. That's just my opinion. So if you start off that way, then obviously, you know, you might do a little twerking, bending over and all that. That's what she wanted to do. That's why she was wearing that. But it's not nothing surprising to me. It's just that she has to work on why she's doing it, right? I think, JR, you mentioned trauma. Trauma is in everybody. Now, there's different types. Everybody processes things differently. But it's still the same thing. You know, we just have to work on it. Why are we acting out or doing things that could be negative? If you have a child, you got to make sure that you are the best image, because when your children look at you as they get older, you know, you don't want them to repeat your cycle. We're trying to change cycles, negative cycles. So you want to make sure that you're putting your best foot forward, unless you just don't care. So that's just my thought.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Trev. Trev, what are your thoughts about it, man? Be easy on it, Trev. You know, I know Lady Di harsh.
You want me to be easy on her, man? It's hard to.
Rest, man. I mean, she's a woman, and we have to.
Technically,
you never know somebody's story, man. So I just want you to, and I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being real. You know, we have to look at it from both sides.
You're definitely being sarcastic.
I'm not being sarcastic. I just want to balance it out, man, because I can just feel the energy that's going to go towards her. So I just want you guys to just take a moment, breathe, factor in everything. You know, factor in her childhood. She wasn't raised by a parent. She's raised by white folks. She was a student athlete. You know, she ran track. Did you know that, Trev? She ran track.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah, but oh, okay. So let's go ahead. I just want to set the tone. The floor is yours.
All right. So, I mean, there's much to say about her. I've actually covered Brittany Renner a lot. And yeah, I got some exclusive footage from one of her lives I'm going to end up releasing because, I mean, she's just one of them. I'll tell you this. She's been able to get attention just because of her beauty, right? And like Lady Di was saying, she's going to always default to that because that's what's always worked for her. In my personal opinion, I think she's modeling herself directly after um, Corinne Superhead Steffens and trying to follow exactly what she did. She knows that sex sells. She wrote a tell all book about all her escapades with celebrities, and it works for her. I think deep down, she would like to change, but it doesn't work for her because people don't care about nice Britney. It's really the patrons, her followers, the fans that support that, men and women alike, that follow her and men that lust after her. And regardless of how horrible she gets, I still see the comments from men that say they hate her or hate women like that, lusting after her, giving her all the nice emojis that you could imagine in her feed. And that's what brings her money. That's why she can advertise via Instagram or anywhere else. For her to just be out of control, right? If you ask me, she's a raging out alcoholic, right? Every time she's up, she's struggling with things, right? And that it might be deeper than that, right? If we're gonna try to analyze this a bit and really not try to bash her, I think she has a few issues there, and I think that alcoholism is one of them. Just from what I understand about alcoholism, it really looks like she's turned up every single time, right? I've watched her on her lives turn up. I've watched her drink alcohol live, so I know that she absolutely has a problem. She doesn't know when to stop. When you are out of control of your actions and you're not behaving in the way that you normally would in front of people, then yeah, you definitely have a problem with alcoholism. So I think that, and alcohol, you can say it takes you out of character or brings you into character, depending on how you look at it. And at this point, I feel like it's bringing her into character, right? That's who she is deep down inside. She wants to change, but she can't. She can't change because it's never going to work for her. And she's kind of ruined it. She tried to get hers off with PJ Washington, right? She's still grieving from that. Remember, she thought she was going to get a bunch of money. She thought she hit the lottery when she got knocked up by Dude, and she thought they were going to ride off into the sunset. They didn't. He didn't want anything to do with her because he woke up. He was probably really young. Well, she deliberately went after him when he was young. She showed you the game. She told you what she would do to athletes. She said they're dumb and you can get pregnant by them easy. All of them will hit it raw, right? And shoot the club up, and that's how you can nab a man. And then she literally went and did that, and it didn't work out for her. Now she's still struggling. She wants a man. She's saying she wants love, but she doesn't understand that that's not how you get love. You can get someone to lust after you all day. These men will chase you because they want to see what the fun is like. It's just a thrill. It's a ride. It's like a roller coaster. We men will go ride a roller coaster, but it doesn't mean that you want to ride roller coasters every day. Who the hell wants to ride roller coasters every day? You get your thrill off, and then you keep it moving. You go back to your normal life. She's not suitable for marriage. She's not even suitable to be a mother as it is at this point. And it's a shame. I wish she could do better, but I don't think that she can. She's not equipped to. I don't know who her parents, I know it wasn't her biological parents that raised her, but whoever did.
Grandparents.
Well, guess what? They didn't do a good enough job, right? And you know how it is. I know a lot of women who came from grandmothers, and it was very convenient to date those types of women because you knew they had no real restrictions, right? Those are the people who house you could sneak out of and everything. Anybody who was raised by their grandparents, if they were older, it's a wrap. If they were young, a little bit younger, they'll be super strict because they old school. But if not, if they old at age, they can't keep up with what she's doing. So between that and the fact that men continue to validate her for her sexual escapades, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do to stop her because she keeps getting viral. She's doing the same thing. She's trolling just like what she was doing with Charleston White. Charleston White is nothing but another troll too. All these are attention seekers, right? And all of us as content creators know how easy it is. We can go against everything that we believe in and then just try to go viral at any moment, and we are all capable of it. All we have to do is just act like we're wild and we have no control, and then we could get very popular very fast. It's the easy way out. It's nothing any more difficult than your local D-boy. It's the easy way out. A lot of people don't want to put in the work. It's so much easier for her to be successful just doing what she's doing.
Trev, I thought when I came to you, you was gonna be a little easy on him.
I,
Everybody,
I thought I was easy on her. I could have went in. I was kind of.
everybody has moments. I mean, we all know that when you don't have a full meal, when you mix a little alcohol, sometimes you get a little bit out of control. We've all been there.
We
And
all
that-
been there, but
You,
she's
you
grown.
got one chance to do that, right? Once you test your limit. When I was 20 years old, I tested my limit. I went all the way, right? Once I found out where my limit was and where I was controlling no longer myself, that's it. I do it. You break that. She's in her 30s now. And she's out of her 20s. She should be calibrated as to where her cutoff is. You're responsible for that. If she goes out as a drunk driver and runs somebody over, they're going to hold her accountable, right? No matter what she does when she's drunk. If she goes in a court of law, and it should be the same in a court of public opinion, whatever you do, you get one chance. I will give everybody one chance to get drunk and do something wild, socially at least. I can't say nothing about the court of law. But once you understand what your limit is, you got to chill.
And then she went into, excuse me, y'all, I'm trying. She went into a room full of men acting that way. It's like you get inebriated and then you're with all of these men acting this way. It's like she threw herself into the lion's den and she didn't want anybody to come save her. She wanted to act this way. It's just who she is. It's who she is. And as far as the trauma and things like that, like we grown. If you can't handle your trauma, we can't really trust you with anything. If you can't really get your trauma under control, you can't be trusted with anything. Because that means that your emotions, excuse me, and your past and things that you haven't really, healed is what's ruling you. There really is no future there. If the past is what's ruling you and you can't get past it, you can't be trusted with anything. So she's a ticking time bomb. If she's not going to address whatever is going on with her, she's not going to be able to be a good mother. She's not going to be able to be a good grandmother. She's not going to be able to be a good sister. She's just a ticking time bomb to herself. I'll end it there.
Okay, man. I'm just trying to figure out which one of y'all are actually gonna be on her side, man. I don't think this is all her fault. I don't
I'm on
think
her side.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna get to you, man. I know you friends. I know you probably talked to her and just thought it was gonna be okay. Let me go ahead and go to Clout, man. Let me get Clout's opinion on this. What are your thoughts about this Brittany Renner's behavior? Justified?
All right, well, I didn't see the whole interview or whatever, but from what I saw, I feel as though like what Trev said like sums it up completely. The part that I noticed was it seemed as though she was like very taken over by the alcohol. And like Trev said, alcohol can either suppress who you are or show who you really are. And I definitely feel like her true character shows. She seems to be somebody that's very aggressive, or very confrontational, and and seems to just not give a fuck at all. Like Precious said, she's in a room full of men. She got this little dress on. She don't even really got the decency to even cross her legs or like anything. She just got the panties all out. Like Ice Spice said, she a baddie. She's showing her panty. I guess that's a new thing. So I mean, yeah, I just feel as though like she was just out of control, outrageous, and I don't know what we can do about it. I mean, as long as we keep giving her the spotlight, I think she's going to continue to do it because, again, like Trev said, that's what's working for her. That's what she's getting paid to do. That's what she's getting likes for. That's what she's going viral for. And as long as that's her livelihood, I mean, why is she going to stop? So, yeah.
All right. We go to Casey. Casey, be a little bit easy on him, man.
Man, so I saw the clips that you showed on was it King Talk the other night, Lapeef?
Yes.
And man, I didn't watch the whole interview, but I definitely watched those clips during the show. I think she's like full on playing it up. Like this is her money maker. I believe it probably was about 60% alcohol, but I think the other 40% was definite intent on playing this character that she's created to maintain her audience, go viral, like she was about to say during the interview. Um, I mean, she's completely unhinged for the mighty dollar, in my opinion. I think that's what it's all about. I think she went into that interview with that on her mind. I think that is probably why she turned up the alcohol during the interview. As you said during that show, and we all saw, everyone wasn't taking those shots. She was down in it back and back and back. So I think that was able to kind of give her, create that gray area. Was it the alcohol? Was it her character? We don't know, that type of thing, to have people talking about it. But I definitely think with the way she was raised, all that has something to play into it. I mean, it kind of goes into the on Netflix, there's the Untold. Y'all saw the Logan story. It's kind of that same thing. Once you get a taste of that fame, it's a beast that you just have to keep feeding and feeding and feeding to stay relevant. And I think that's the spider web that she's caught up in right now. She wants to stay relevant because a couple months back, wasn't she saying that she had turned a leaf and she found God, and that didn't last 6 months. Like, it didn't last 6 months. So I think she went back to her moneymaker, which is this character of acting belligerent and screaming at men and hollering and, overtly sexual. And I mean, it's just everything to the max. So I think she knew what she was doing.
Okay. All right.
I wanted to Oh no, I just wanted to add something to like maybe like soften the blow on her end a little bit. When I see her talk about the PJ Washington situation, there are times where I actually genuinely believe that maybe she really thought that they were an item, like, in that they were going to be together, and that she thought that they were going to be a family. And so I can kind of say that, like, it does seem like maybe the situation didn't turn out how she expected, and it probably acted her in a way that maybe people aren't giving her credit for. Like, maybe there's some trauma there because maybe she genuinely was in love and genuinely thought that they were going to be a family, and it just didn't work out. And so now she has to face that and also deal with raising this kid, not without going into it with that intention. And now she's kind of on her own in it and also being judged and looked upon. So I can kind of understand from that perspective a little bit.
There you go, Clout. There you go.
But why we gotta keep saving people who don't need to be saved? She needs to be corrected. If we keep just saying, "Oh, well, she had trauma," all of us, I'm pretty sure everybody on here had trauma. That means that for my trauma, I wouldn't be married at all, coming on here preaching about marriage. I'll just be somebody probably like her, if that's the case. But we don't live like that. When you become an adult, you change, you're supposed to mature. So what people act, and it's not just women, it's men and women. If we don't correct behavior, they're just going to keep doing it. You have to say, okay, this is enough. So there's no such thing as saving. You just have to try to help people. You can't help people by saying, "Oh, well, let me pat you on the back," and be like, "Oh, it's okay. You were drunk. It's okay. Don't drink again," or whatever. No, you got to get down to the bottom. Like, why is she doing that? And try to help her change it.
I think a lot of times we underestimate hypersexuality and trauma that causes hypersexuality. And we believe that since it's hypersexuality, it's not something serious, so they should just stop it. But a lot of things that cause, like alcoholism, or if it causes you to be quick to yell at somebody or quick to hit somebody, it's like, okay, I understand that that's something they're going to be working on their entire lives. We accept that in society, but we don't accept that these hypersexual beings are going to be working on that hypersexual pull their whole lives. I identify as such, and I know that I work very hard to repress those things. And it's very easy because now I'm married and I get to just be that with my husband. But if I weren't, and I weren't somebody that were easily able to get into relationships, I would probably be like a Brittany Renner because I need that sexual encounter. I need that sexual activity. So
where
like,
does that
I
come
understand
from?
her sexual pull. it comes from childhood trauma in sexual nature. So I've been hypersexual since I was a little girl because of trauma. I've grown a lot since then. And I've grown in the way that I dress. I've grown in the way that I present myself, the way that I speak, in the way that I speak to men. I used to automatically come on to men for sexual attention. I work very hard against these things. So it's like, I understand when you don't have that, something that you're fighting against, it's easy to be like, oh, just stop doing it. But just know that if she's not doing it every day, she's working on it. That's all I have to say.
Yo, Fantasy Island girl, I just want to say this. Thank you for saying that. Like, you get a lot of heat from people or whatever, and that was a vulnerable point where I got an understanding of how you operate, you know, because you've said a little bit about that. So I appreciate you saying that.
All right. You want to go ahead, so let go since you had the floor. You want to go ahead and comment about you having Brittany Renner's back?
Okay, so I look at this in two different ways. One, the podcaster knew exactly what he was doing and knew exactly what he wanted out of these two people. Who in the world goes out and gets the biggest fools on the entire internet? It was easy to understand that either Brittany Renner is going to do something stupid or Charleston White was going to do something stupid. That was expected. And in my opinion, she probably needs the money because PJ Washington's contract, he just got a contract, but according to what she was saying before, she wasn't getting a lot of child support money. I don't know if she has a job or works anywhere or whatever. And altogether, I think she has a certain amount of social anxiety that keeps her from being able to do content. So she just said stupid, because if you look at anything that she says, she always tries to be funny. She has a little voice that she uses. She tries to be funny, but she doesn't know what she's doing. So in my opinion, she's still trying to find some type of way to make money on social media without just being stupid, goofy, or sexy, right? So that's one thing. I think that part right there brings her anxiety every time she goes on camera. She's trying to do something, be something, but she doesn't know how to do it. And then at the same time, I can only assume she needs the money. So she goes on a podcast knowing that she doesn't necessarily want to be there. And when women do things that they don't necessarily want to, like as an example, strippers, they go to work knowing they're going to be, getting rubbed on by random dudes. What do? They got to drink something. They got to snort something. They got to pop something in order to get them in that mood to ease the anxiety. So, because when she came to tonight's conversation, she also was drinking. But, we all be drinking because, down in the basement, there's all kinds of alcohol or whatever. But everybody at the podcast who is used to being around each other knows what to drink, what not to drink, how much to drink. But with her, I'm assuming that she has a lot of social anxiety. So she gets around us, she got to drink because she ended up getting drunk when she was around us. But she didn't do all that stuff. Why? Because I was there. Why? Because Ace was there. Why? There were other men, like Trip was there. So there were masculine men there who ain't really gonna play that mess. When she did the podcast with Andrew Tate, did y'all see her act the fool? No. So what I'm getting at is, yes, she is problematic. Yes, some of the things that Fantasy Island Girl said, I agree with. She's trying to make some changes, but when you've been something for like the last 10 years, it's difficult for you to just wake up one day and say, I'm not going to do that no more. It's like a fat person, I don't want to be fat no more. There's a lot of stuff you got to do. A poor person saying they don't want to be poor no more. You got to get your credit together. It's everything that you got to change takes at least a year, maybe 2 years. So when you look at this woman being who she is, in my opinion, she's this lost. I'm not gonna say we don't see her as a whole or anything like that. She's trying to make some changes, but I think she ain't got no money. She got a lot of issues. At one time, she was living with her mama when she was getting the child support with the child. So I just think she's really lost. And they call her on this podcast. And when she heard Charleston White, she was probably like, oh, okay, this gives me an opportunity to turn up. Kind of like what Trev said. I'm finna get in here and turn up. And she turned up a little too much, drank a little too much, because she don't know what she's doing. Like, we're on social media on a normal basis. We go on the podcast, we can have a drink, we can hang out and have fun. I don't think she can do that because, one, I don't think she got no friends. Two, she ain't around other people. And three, she has all this anxiety and everybody look at her like she's a hoe. And my last point is this. I easily can say that when PJ Washington was brought up, she literally twitched. She literally was like this, right? Right then and there, it was up to her to set boundaries before the podcast started and said, don't bring up PJ Washington. She didn't do that. So that's on her. She got triggered when they brought that shit up, and all of a sudden, she just went nuts. But the reason why she didn't act like that with us, and the reason why she didn't act like that with Andrew Tate, it was because it was men around. There were no men on that podcast.
Man,
That's the reason why she went nuts.
I believe that she did request them not to bring up PJ Washington, and they do that a lot in these interviews. They have certain things that they tell you they're going to speak on, and they ask you what your hard no's are, and they usually get these things done out front. And she's done a lot of interviews by now, so I think she did, and that's why she turned up on them personally, because they did that on purpose, just like DJ Academics does sometimes. But I'm not saying that for sure because I don't know. I'm just saying it's very possible because people come out and complain afterwards about how they've already discussed they weren't going to discuss certain things, and then on the podcast live they'll do it. So it's like, how do you react? Do you maintain your frame and say, oh, I don't want to comment? Then it's going to be a bunch of stuff. Do you make a comment and you fumble? Then it's going to be a bunch of stuff. Do you turn up and completely distract from the subject? It's going to be a bunch of stuff. That's why they asked not to talk about it.
JR, did you watch the podcast through and through, right?
For the most part, yeah.
Who brought up PJ Washington first?
The podcaster. I watched it.
So he said, what happened with PJ Washington? Or did she bring up the fact that she was in love and all of this bullshit?
That happened after he asked.
So she can lean into the conversation, have a decent conversation at the beginning, but all of a sudden she started turning up. See, the thing is that she doesn't mind PJ Washington being brought up as long as it's to her benefit. As long as people are siding with her and agreeing with her and saying, hey, yeah, we see where you're coming from. She has no problem with PJ Washington being brought up. When she turned up was when somebody in that room defended PJ Washington. That's when she had a problem. She don't have a problem with PJ Washington being brought up. She hates when PJ is brought up against her. When somebody defends PJ Washington, now she got a problem.
Who was against PJ? Who was against her involving PJ Washington?
When a guy behind her asked about PJ Washington or something about that, she threw a water bottle at him.
Oh, that's what he said? Okay, I didn't
hear
what he asked. Yeah. I seen that, but I didn't know what he said. Okay.
So like she does this a lot. Like she only wants this to be brought up when it's in her favor. When we talking about it and people are riding with her or siding with her, then she can be cool, calm, and collected and act like she got some sense until somebody is against her.
But like, isn't that what a woman does?
I don't care what a woman does. That shit is unnecessary in today's age. We gotta stop excusing that type of behavior, bro.
There is no excuse for that type of behavior.
She was acting a damn fool on that show, and there's no amount of trauma. She ain't go through that much. Her ass was raised with two good people, went to a good school.
She was raised by grandparents.
Two good people. I didn't say it was about her mama and daddy. I said she was raised by two good people, went to a good school. She was able to become a decent soccer player. She did all of this. The only reason why she wound up switching up was because she realized that she got a lot of attention for showing her ass online during her soccer videos. So
Sweeney,
now
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, because my cousin actually is going through this to a certain degree.
Shoot.
When you wasn't raised by your mom, but your mom was around, you're like, why didn't you want to raise me? So her mom was around, but she just decided not to raise her. Just like my cousin's mom was around, but she decided not to be around. He has anxiety to this day, and we had a couple talks about it. He was like, "Yo, man,
what's your question?
I'm problematic because I have mom." It's not okay.
You said, let me ask you a question. You interrupted me to ask me a question.
The question is, you don't think your mother not wanting to raise you didn't affect her? It don't make no difference who raised her. Why didn't her mother want to raise her? She wasn't in jail. She didn't come out of foster care. Her mother just chose not to raise her. And that did something to her, because there was another interview that she did with one of them other white dudes. I forgot his name. And she talked about all that. And it really affected her, because she's just like, I just don't understand for the life of me. Why did my mom not want to raise me? That does something to you, bro.
So could it?
Let go. We know that, but you know what you would have told any other woman? You would have told her to go get some therapy.
Let me answer this question. So you said that, do people feel that way? Possibly. Yeah, maybe. But she's 31 years old. Mm-hmm. She's a grown-ass woman. We don't allow nobody else this level of leeway when they act a fool.
I'm just going by what you said. You said you were raised by two good people.
Not true. Can I get my input? I've yet to speak on this topic. For one, I think everybody needs to stop assuming what childhood trauma is associated to Brittany Renner. You know nothing about her. She grew up in Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and she was an athlete, and she went to school in Jackson, Mississippi, which, of course, is adjacent to my HBCU. So I know the area. I'm very familiar with it. Been to Jackson several times. Very much so in regards to being in the southern region. Pretty privilege is a thing. Colorism is a thing. She absolutely used her beauty to catapult her because she's able to. That's how she was able to gain the advantage on social media. That's number one. Secondly, she was an athlete. So regardless if she didn't get to where she was always going to be successful because she was an athlete. In the country, when you're an athlete, that's one of the key tickets out of your situation. So to see her where she is now, I think y'all making a lot of excuses for a person who is very intentionally smart. I always say Brittany Renner is Amber Rose with critical thinking skills. If you have actually listened to her, she's very intelligent. I also think y'all need to stop assuming she is a whore. We only know about her dealing with one person. And then
I know about her dealing with 30-some people.
I interrupt nobody. Even with that, even with her having a social studies meter dealing with PJ Washington, we all assumed that was a grooming situation. Although a lot of times athletes, they go into these camps, and Deion Sanders was the one who put it on the mark. They are told verbatim, hey, there will be groupies. There will be women that are going to come after you. Be leery of it. They both are accountable in that situation. PJ is an adult. Does Brittany hold responsibility? Yes, because it was on her to stop assuming that she was going to get a check baby and she was going to be elevated into a certain status. What I saw was a woman who consciously went into a setting and showed her ass intentionally because she wants to maintain the spotlight. Last time we seen her trying to make this whole grandiose change, it not only was with Andrew Tate, it started with her branding herself with Kevin Samuels. Both of them were trying to attach themselves to her and their likeness for their own social experiments to show, hey, what we say works. If you follow us, it will happen. And she saw that. Andrew went to jail. Kevin Samuels died. It's not working out. But you still have yet to see any of these men actually want to be with Brittany Renner, actually have a relationship with Brittany Renner. She's not coming out telling you she's sleeping with nobody. You're not seeing her on tabloids getting associated with nobody. So even assuming that hypersexuality is the cause of this, it's BS. The girl is intelligent. She wants attention. This is how she makes her money. Child support is not doing it. And even with the drunken things, even with the perpetuating part about her with her legs raised up, it's just uncouth, degenerate behavior. And if it was Sukihana or if it was Sexy Red, y'all would have a whole lot to say. Miss me with that. She's an aggressive, light-skinned black woman who happens to be attractive, and y'all overlooking it and trying to justify in childhood trauma. But if I was to say tell y'all somebody else had childhood trauma, you would be telling me there's no excuse. Stop giving me.
So Paris, let me just clear
I have a
up
question first.
I just want hold on.
Is a lap dance is a lap dance on a podcast hypersexual behavior?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I was identifying. I don't understand why you're saying, I don't know why you're calling it hypersexual. It is hypersexual behavior that she was displaying, and I'm saying it could have been caused by childhood trauma. So what's the problem?
Hold on,
We gotta remember her coochie.
I just got a question.
Hold on. Is not synonymous with Brittany Renner actually being a whore. That's where I have the
No
issue.
one called her a whore.
But yes,
thank you.
That's
all I had to ask. That's all I had to ask.
So
okay, so Paris, can you stop for a second? I can explain why I said okay, Paris, stop for 1 second. First of all, she has counted how many men she slept with in her life.
Yes.
She has called herself a whore. So all of your innuendos about this perception, and I've watched Brittany Renner, okay? I've hung out with Brittany Renner, not like that, but I've been on a podcast with Brittany Renner. I've been around her. I speak candidly with Brittany Renner. So these are not assumptions. I've seen interviews with Brittany Renner because before the podcast, I was like, let me look into Brittany Renner so I won't just be sitting in front of this woman and wondering why she does what she does. So I did research on Brittany Renner before the podcast. And she has significant childhood trauma, and that comes from her own voice. And she says she is a whore. That comes from her own voice.
I have watched
hold on, Paris. Hold on, Paris. I'm almost. Paris, I'm almost done. I'm okay.
2-3 episodes ago.
My point is that she is a whore.
Being a hypocrite.
Can you let me? Okay.
You know she's a hoe. Why are you still trying to explain that to her?
That's one thing. And then at the same time, she did suffer childhood trauma. She didn't grow up with her mother, and that did something to her. So
Everybody
there's two things going on at the same time.
Everybody has trauma. And what Paris said is still absolutely right.
Everybody don't got
if
trauma.
This was Sukihana, would nobody be up here talking about some damn, it's childhood trauma trying to excuse her behavior. She acted like a damn fool.
Everybody not saying.
Oh, now Sukihana is different. So Sukihana don't have childhood trauma?
Sukihana literally made a conscious decision to go into this game as the worst, bloodiest, most disgusting female on the planet. And
Brittany
that
didn't
was
go
her
into
words.
the game deciding what she decided?
So you don't believe that Sukihana stepped it up a notch and she does nastier things?
It doesn't
yes,
matter
it does.
No,
it matters the level to me because
you're making it like Brittany Renner didn't make a decision.
We're not saying she didn't make a decision at all. You're trying to change the conversation to what you want it to be, but that's not what we're doing. We're trying to explain to you. We're trying to explain to you that when these behaviors happen, this is what we're thinking. Not that this is acceptable behavior, but we're thinking this might be tied to this. That doesn't mean that we're saying they should be able to do this. So why can't we have this conversation without y'all acting like we're whore sympathists?
Like we're crazy or something.
No,
like we don't understand what somebody that's hypersexual is doing is damaging, possibly. Like, what are you talking about? No one's advocating for it. We're just explaining. And nobody had a problem when you guys were talking about how terrible she was being. That's fine. But when we talk about the nuance of things, don't try to act like we're saying she should be keeping up what she's doing, because no one said that yet.
Not my point. Y'all saying nuance. Y'all only applying nuance to her. There was no.
That's a lie. That's the only thing we've talked about tonight. Don't do that, because I always have something that I have to say about them. So don't do that. Don't broad stroke us. Just move on.
So when Sukihana was the subject of conversation, at least like 5 or 6 episodes ago, there was no nuance.
I've never talked about Sukihana. I don't know.
There was no nuance to her behavior, even when she was getting done dirty. There was no nuance. It was This is her behavior, and y'all even just tried to do it. Oh, well,
I never
Sukihana
thought
was
about
different.
Sukihana, so I don't know.
Oh, well, Sukihana was different because she made a choice. It was a conscientious choice. Brittany Renner has made a choice as well. When she decided to shake her ass on camera after she found out that the soccer videos wasn't doing as well until she found out everybody was looking at her ass, that was a choice. When she goes on these podcasts, that is a choice. When she fucked all those dudes, that was a choice. When she targeted basketball players, that was a choice. All this is a choice.
We are aware. That's the thing that you keep trying to explain the same thing over and again as if we are incompetent. We are aware.
Apparently, y'all gotta be.
We are aware. So if we're telling you out of our mouths verbally, we're aware of what you're saying. We understand what you're saying. What about that is making you think we don't understand?
Right.
Please explain it. Please explain it to me. That's so disingenuous.
Hold on, Fantasy Island girl. Look, Sweeney, you're trying to push a narrative. We're just simply trying to have a conversation. I literally called the woman a whore. Hold on.
You pushing a narrative that we sympathize with or we don't understand. That's the narrative that you're pushing.
Hold up. So look, Sweeney, I literally called the woman a whore and she suffered from childhood trauma. I literally said the podcasters literally set this whole thing up and she did this shit on purpose. I said both things at the same time. Do you understand that?
Why you didn't have this type of grace for
Do you understand that, Sweeney?
And call her a whore and say she
I sure did have grace for Keke Palmer.
Not you.
I sure did advocate for Keke Palmer. But the argument is that people aren't having the same energy, and a lot of people are. Just because some people pick and choose, that's completely fine. Because everyone picks and chooses. Everyone has a limit. So why are you the person that decides somebody else's limit? You're not. Spoiler alert, you're not. You'll never be. So why don't you mind your business instead of trying to police the way that people think? That's not helpful. You're never going to change the way somebody else thinks about things. So control what you can control yourself.
So with that being said, I wasn't talking to you. Maybe sometimes if you shut your mouth, you would know I was speaking.
You and Mr. Sweeney were talking to us, and don't tell me that you weren't talking to me and shut my mouth because you have no problem cutting people off.
And you stop trying to interject yourself.
You have no problem cutting people off.
Don't care.
So you get the respect that you give, ma'am.
I don't respect you.
Okay, you get the respect that you give, ma'am. That's why you get disrespected, ma'am. Okay, I'm aware. That's why you get disrespected, ma'am.
Your name is called.
That's why you get disrespected, ma'am. Because I see you don't have respect for others, and then you think you're gonna get respect from me. But that's a lie. But that's a lie.
Like I was saying.
So act cute. Keep it cute, ma'am.
Why did you not have
Let go. I got it.
Stop.
All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and let's get some other people involved so we can move on to the next topic. Lady Dad, did you want to say something? Trev, Casey?
I was gonna say, that I agree with everybody's point. Like, you know, when it comes to pretty women, they use pretty girl privilege and all of that. But I don't want to just use, okay, well, she's pretty, and we're not gonna tie into if she had trauma or not, because we do know that sometimes the way how you were raised or how you look at life because how you were raised, we just heard that she didn't have her parents growing up. Some people take things differently. If I didn't have parents growing up, I might not take it the same way as Brittany Renner, but she takes it the way she's taking it. So we can't not look at that. Now we can look at that she is grown and she can make choices and to change. Yes. But obviously she never healed from her trauma or her past or whatever that made her do these type of things, I should say. So I can't say because she's pretty, that's the only thing that's making her do it. That's not true, because there are pretty women that have great upbringings and they may not choose that lifestyle because they had a good upbringing. They know that if they do these type of things, this is the consequence because they had a good upbringing. Obviously, maybe she didn't have that good upbringing. Just because she was an athlete don't mean she had a good upbringing. She just probably trying to escape. Okay, maybe she didn't like her living situation, so let me go attach myself to something else. And she became an athlete. People do that all the time. They be running away from home, not trying to be home and be out all day. Being an athlete, you can do that. You could be out from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. and even later than that if you want to push it. So I don't want to say that, like, you know, she didn't have trauma. She probably did. I don't know. I'm not in her life, but from the factors that I'm hearing on this panel right now, we know she was suffering from something, and she's suffering something right now. She is an adult and she still can't get her life together. I have family members who are grown past 30. They're in their 40s, some of them, and they don't have their life together because they had trauma from when they were young. It takes a while to get rid of it. It's not the easiest thing in the world. Okay, everybody takes it differently, and that's what we got to.
Especially when you're alone.
Yeah, like
some people.
No woman is alone.
It's not diagnosing. We're talking about
you're trying to attach childhood trauma to vindicate a situation and give a person a pass for their behavior to associate it with the why. I don't give a damn about the why. This is a grown
You don't
woman.
give a damn, parents.
If she was to get her butt up and go and lay in the bed with one of them grown men, you wouldn't be trying to associate childhood trauma with her then. It would be consensual. So why are you trying to do it when her behavior is sporadic?
No, that's not. Well, I'm not doing that. Everybody to me that reacts in a negative way has some type of trauma. It might not be as severe as, you know, the next person sitting next to you, but people suffer through things and they react and relate it to different ways. They use alcohol, they use sex. Like we was talking about this before, right? Y'all was teaching me about people are sexual because they have trauma, and I didn't agree with that. But that's what y'all saying, right? People do a whole lot of things to get away from something. So we cannot say that that's not what she's doing.
Let me ask you a question.
Some people have a better mindset and are more stable than others.
So
it's okay.
Hold on.
Like, everybody not mentally stable. So it ain't no diagnosis. I ain't trying to diagnose nobody.
Let me ask a question.
I'm just saying that.
Hold on real quick, man. Let me get Trev in there.
I'm just saying that we cannot not talk about it. If these are the relating factors, these are the facts. If she had parents, we wouldn't even be saying this. We'll be like, well, girl, you had a good upbringing. Your dad was, you know, taking care of you and your family. Your mom was teaching you. Your mom was feminine. All of these types of things. We can't say that. We can't say that. But if she's
too damn old to be acting like this.
She's too damn old.
Too old, Mr. Lego.
All right.
She's
we
too
are
old.
aware.
We
are aware.
Hold on. Let me get
I just want to say one thing, and then we go to Trev.
Let me get Trev.
I understand what y'all are saying. I'm not saying she's I'm not justifying her behavior. I'm just looking at it in two different sides. So it's a conversation. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Trev.
Go ahead, Trev. So
all right. So what I say is this. I mean, it's likely she had trauma, but we don't know that for sure, right? We could all insinuate, we could think that she had trauma. It doesn't matter what she says. It doesn't matter what she says. She could be using that as an excuse. We don't know, because here's what you could say. Your parents' situation has something to do with it, but I don't know about y'all. I'm from a family of six of us, right? Brothers and sisters, right? So we all went different paths, right? So we could be raised in the same household, have the same exact opportunity, and have completely different outcomes, right? So I know some people who came out of horrible situations with their parents, but found other mentors to latch on to and everything else, right? You could be raised by your grandparents and come out well or not. But no matter how you spin it, as an adult, we're held accountable for our actions. And it's no longer excusable, right? She's way beyond that age where we could allow her any grace. She's not 18. She's not 21. She's up in the 30s right now, man. It's over. Like, we have to hold her responsible as an adult, right? She watches these videos. She sees the feedback. She understands what it is. She just chose being viral, being more important than morals. And she has to stand on that.
And she sexually assaulted Charles Dwight in the process while we sitting up here playing.
Because if he would have did that, it would have been sexual harassment. You're right, Paris. If he would have did that.
Type excuses, the way that she got on that man who is married and he put his hands up, it was a clear indication of the body language. But I have watched some of you people literally say Suki sitting down, minding her business, receiving a kiss was warranted because of the words that she spews in her music when she is working. Nasty behavior, very, very disingenuous, especially for a man whose platform is based around women being accountable. Y'all are hypocrites.
I didn't say that about Sugiana. I wasn't on
put a name on it.
That show. Yeah, put a name on it, Paris.
Mr. Lego and Fantasy Island, watch how you handle me. You can just quit talking me out.
I said what I said.
Talked about Sugihana. That wasn't me.
So
what are you talking about? When
she threw that bottle, and if dude would have threw that bottle right back at her, hit her dead in her forehead, what would we have said?
Nothing. I'm not gonna say she deserved it, but that would have just been what it was.
You wouldn't have
I
said
wouldn't
she
have-
deserved it?
I wouldn't have said nothing. No, because a man, look, throwing a bottle at, look, I said this earlier. As a man, women are children, okay? Women are going to throw stuff.
What?
Women are going to do stupid shit. Women are going to act a fool
Okay,
because
Mr.
they're
Lego,
women.
we got it.
Okay?
Anybody else?
So when a woman throws something, you don't throw it back. You just get up and leave like, you know what, I'm out of here. Because if everybody on that podcast would have just literally just got up and walked out the room and left her goofy ass by herself, she would have been looking stupid. Keep that in mind.
Sweeney,
It ain't
Sweeney, this
I don't
Sweeney,
think
look,
they
Sweeney,
should've
look,
done that
real
at
quick,
all. I
Sweeney.
think they
Real
should
quick,
have.
Sweeney.
They should have had her escorted out of there.
Mike,
There's no
Mike,
reason why you should be
Mike,
throwing
Mike,
something and
Sweetie.
assaulting people.
Sweetie, it's different. Let's just take this perfect example right here. Cardi B threw a mic. Right? She in a little bit of trouble, but when 50 Cent threw that mic, he devastated that lady. You saw what happened to her head? It's a completely different story.
Bro, a mic is a mic.
They would have took it differently.
No,
But you think society would have looked at it the same?
That's the same.
This is
A
They would not look at it
problem.
the same. I think
Society doesn't
but
see
that's
a
not how
woman
society
hitting
looks
a
at
woman
it.
the same, a woman hitting the man the same, or a man hitting a woman the same,
When a
or a man hitting a
weapon
man the
is
same.
involved-
Society just does not see it the same,
and
and you are
When
aware
a
of this,
metal
right?
object is involved, it don't matter who threw it. Just keep that in mind. When a metal object is involved, it don't matter who threw it.
And
That
this
shit
is
hurts still.
And
They
this
should
is
have
exactly
cut the cameras and kicked her off the doggone set. Is what they should have did. but they
Thank
kept
you.
going.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
They
It's up to
should've
the men to
said,
set their
"That's
own
it.
boundaries.
That's it. You out of here.
Yes.
They placated and they played into her acting
They
a fool
played
because they
into her.
wanted the ratings. They kept
Because they
filming.
wanted to go
They
viral.
could have called security,
Yep.
cut the cameras, and got her behind out of there, and she
Yep.
would have got what she deserved, which is not getting an audience for the freaking circus that she was serving. She
Yeah.
served in a freaking circus, and they sat there
Right.
popping popcorn and drinking their drinks
And
while
laughing
they
and
enjoyed it.
kikiing. Sweeney, do you know
What do you
that
say?
the
To this
What
day, they're not even out
what-
saying,
what-
"Oh,
what do
she
you
has sexually
disagree?
assaulted
What
me,"
do
but
you
y'all are.
disagree?
Hold
What
on,
do you
Sweeney?
disagree
Do you
with?
know
Sweeney,
that
wait,
she
Mr.
started
Lego. Mr.
hollering?
Lego.
when
Hold
she-
on. Let her finish.
Lego.
Let her finish.
I thought she was finished.
What are you shaking your head at? Are you disagreeing with me? I thought we were saying the same thing.
Who, me?
Sweeney
Yes.
just want to
Yes.
disagree.
All right.
with
No,
everybody.
no, I disagree in the fact that it's the way we're talking right now is the exact reason why she got away with what she got away with on that podcast. Because the entire time they was telling the men in the room to chill. The entire time they kept telling everybody else, no, chill. Even though she was talking crazy, she was throwing water bottles, throwing water on people. Everybody
means
kept
what?
telling everybody
Because
else
they
to
wanted
chill.
it to happen, right?
Because they wanted it to
Sweeney,
happen.
They wanted
bro.
the viral moment, right?
When did I just say
They
that you
wanted the
disagree?
viral moment.
Bro,
I don't
I'm still
understand.
talking.
Hold on, y'all. We gotta let people finish, man. We talking over each other, and the audience can't hear us. Go ahead, Sweeney.
Fuck it, man. Go ahead, bro.
All right,
See?
so Sweeney, I want you to
Oh,
think
yeah.
about this. I just want you to think
Wow.
about this.
Wow.
She first started acting a fool when she's about having a baby. She said she had a 3rd-degree tear. She started acting crazy then, and all they did was sit there and laugh and coddle her right then and there as a man. Because like I said, when she's around men, that don't happen. When she was around me, it didn't happen. When she was around Kevin Samuels, it didn't happen. When she was around Andrew Tate, it did not happen. When she get around boys like him and the other dude, guess what happens? She acts a fool. See, as a man, the second a woman starts acting a fool, just like when y'all act a fool, I tell y'all to shut the hell up. You check it right then. You don't let them go crazy. We're in hour 1. I'm telling y'all to shut the hell up now. I don't turn around and wait until hour 4 to start going up. No, y'all shut the hell up now. And that is what a man does. They waited until it got crazy, and then they started talking. No, it's too late. You stop it when it begins.
When she was screaming in the headphones, she knew they were all wearing headphones, and she was literally screaming at the top of her lungs in the headphones. That was a push of the limits, a test of the limits.
Yes.
Where was the
Children
check?
test limits.
When people have no boundaries, when women have no boundaries and they get manipulated, they get used, they get walked all over, we say you need to set your boundaries. And when you set your boundaries, you can't let people just manipulate it. Have hard boundaries. So when we see the same thing it's okay for us to point those things out without saying, oh yeah, this behavior that they did to you was right. Because we never excuse men walking all over women. We say that's just wrong. But you need to have your boundaries, baby, so this doesn't happen to you.
All right, y'all, we gotta move on. Wow. Guys, you're tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. So make sure we hit the like button. Also, make sure we subscribe to the channel. Who was that was trying to get something in? Who was that?
Me. I wanted to say something real quick.
No, I would just want to know so I can go to you first on the next topic. We're
okay,
go
good.
And bury this one. Let's get to these super chats. Marriage, politics, and sports. Remember, for 6 months, salute to you. Being part of Green Gang. She knows she blew the bag with PJ. She thought she could groom him. He was not having it. One question about his contract set it off. Marriage, politics, and sports again says PJ should come after his son. He needs to take a hit for not making that happen.
I totally agree with that.
Trigger Mike, $10 says, B. Renner deserves every bit of this smoke being thrown at her. She asked for all this when she doubled down on hoe culture. These are the results of bad decision making. Stop saving these hoes. Timeout $5 says maybe she felt defeated from all the negative feedback she's been getting. So she was like, F it, I'm just going to go all out.
Yep.
Black God $10 says funding the real precious. She always looks like a whole meal. Nas 415 says it's obvious that she's bipolar. Bipolar meds plus boost is a deadly combo. Trigger Mike again. $2 says Paris Brittany Renner declared herself a whore.
Thank you.
Politics and sports. $5 says Suki and Brittany are both ratchet. Suki is in the basement and Brittany was aiming for the penthouse. Advanced perception. $2 says Will Smith had trauma too. I'm just saying.
Everybody got trauma.
AP accountability partner. Klaus says everybody don't have trauma. Sweeney.
Everybody has trauma.
Apparently, we all got trauma. You know what I mean? And
we all do have trauma.
When somebody fuck up, just blame it on childhood trauma.
Some people had good lives. Some people grew up well. Like not everybody got trauma. Like that's something we got to talk about. Like trauma is not normal. Trauma.
No, I was sarcastic.
Yeah, because
maybe we think trauma is normal, but everybody doesn't have trauma. Some people have completely healthy lives and are living life completely happy with no problems. Like we got to stop spreading that. A life without trauma exists.
Clout, I was just being sarcastic.
He said he's been sarcastic. Let me go to get back to these. AP accountability partner $5 says parents don't play the excuse BS. Be accountable for your actions. I love it. Timeout $5 says if a lot of people have childhood trauma, 1 to 18 years of age, should they be bringing a child in this world? Seems like broken people raising more broken people.
These women.
Lastly, Marcus Evans $2 says this is why we can't go anywhere as people.
Yep.
Everybody has a platform.
Hey, Clout, your mic is. They saying your mic is kind of off, bro.
Clyde Jones, your mic is dealing with childhood trauma, bro.
Mr. Lego stealing jokes out the chat.
What? Somebody said that?
Shaky, you can't hear me clearly?
I ain't reading the chat, so I didn't know.
Yeah. Cloud Jones, I think it's I think you deserve to at least have like a setup that's been working, man. I mean, it's been kind of suspect, man. And with the refocusing, we're gonna make sure we get that together, then we're gonna make sure we get that together.
Your name ain't even spelled right in the background. What the hell is that?
What are you talking about? CLOUT, brother. Come on, man.
Why it look like that though?
Get your reading right.
It says clot or clut. Come on, man. What is clut? All right, we can move on.
All right, let's go ahead and move on. Let's go ahead and move on to our next topic. I know Paris is ready for the next topic, so we're gonna go ahead and go to Lady Daddy, and we'll go to Paris. See if we get this cracking. Next topic is can men and women be friends? And this is from your favorite. I don't know what you want to call this lady, whatever the title is, but here we go.
My answer to the question, can men and women be friends? It depends on one thing and one thing only, your selection process. Now, if you're a man who has selected a woman who's a bit of a bimbo, she's not that considerate and caring, she doesn't offer much, then if that girl he has a lot of male friends, absolutely you should be worried, because men are not going to keep in contact with a woman that adds nothing to their life simply to be friends. If you are a man who is chosen very wisely and you have found yourself a woman who is really considerate, really caring, really warm, really intelligent, old people, young people, women, men, everybody's going to want to be around her because she adds value to whoever she's with. You don't have to micromanage. But if you've chosen badly, then you need to worry not just about male friends, you need to worry about the whole relationship. It's going to fall apart. This whole like arbitrary rule, black and white rules, like she can't have male friends. This is what we do when we've chosen badly. We try to control. Choose well. You can trust your partner to regulate and behave in a way that you would be proud of in your absence. So instead of having rules like my girl can't have male friends because I'm a man, if you're a man, choose better.
If you're a man, choose better. Go ahead, Lady Di. I'll go to you.
Well, I guess the last part she said, you know, if men are walking around saying that you can't have male friends, then you know, choosing better simply means that the lady that you're wanting to be with, if she just associate herself with a whole bunch of men, what type of men is she hanging around? Because I wouldn't say all men, you know, trying to get with her. You might have a friend that might not try to get with her. But in reality, I would say that it's hard for men and women to just be friends. If you're single, you know, you do what you do. But see, as soon as you get in that relationship or marriage, I would say, you know, I wouldn't say it's off limits, but I would say watch it. I think that it's best to just have friends that are, you know, people who are in relationships kind of like you. Because sometimes when you're friends with someone, let's say a man is friends with a lady and she's single, what happens is if the men are naturally are going to be nice, right? You know, so they're going to be nice and caring. They might, you know, show the same type of support they would for their family if they build that relationship. But then sometimes the lady could look at it like, you know, wow, you know, I like you. They'll start liking how you are, what you do for them, instead of focusing on them finding, you know, a man or a husband for themselves. They might attach themselves to you. Now, I wouldn't say every lady is like that, but I think that it's a little dangerous. I think you got to still be mindful and be careful who you friends with. Can you have a friend that's a female? Yeah, you can. This depends on your relationship. If your relationship is okay, you know, you guys are okay with it. Your girlfriend, your wife is not getting jealous, because you have to watch that too. Wife and girlfriends get jealous of that. You know, you're hanging around her too much, you texting her too much, or why you always gotta invite her everywhere we go, or something like that. So you still got to have boundaries and limits. I wouldn't just attach myself to friends and they're always around. You know, make sure that you're building your relationship and that's strong. And then, you know, kind of do what you do with that.
All right. Go ahead, Paris, and then we'll go to Smooth.
Thank you so much for getting me on this topic real soon, JR. I'm not a fan of that lady's commentary. I don't think a lot of what she says applies to the Black community whatsoever.
Come on.
Black community is the one that talk about whether or not men and women can be friends. But in other cultures, what you typically see is men and women make friends off of their social settings and who they are associated with as far as marriages. That's why we have such an issue with this conversation. Typically, people are getting friendships based off of them being in relationships. That's how they intertwine and get the other opposite sex friendships. But we're the only ones who struggle with this idea of trying to navigate having platonic friendships and segregating that from intimate partnerships. And I don't think it necessarily has anything to do with men choosing better. I think in this particular sector, it's more so of a thing where there are some men who have a more heightened fear of being cheated on than others. And instead of us trying to associate with men picking better, this is not a vetting process as far as a person having friends. You cannot ostracize people from having friends, especially since now a lot of couples are getting together older. They're not going anywhere. The issue is you need a woman whose mentality aligns with your mentality around how they deal with their other gendered friends. That's what the issue is. And a lot of times there are women, they're absolutely thinking that they have just these regular friendships. They have an intimate connection with this man, even if there's no attraction. They love their male friends real bad, and they put him at a hierarchy to the point where even if there's conflict, they will not remove that man from the situation regardless of what their partner brings to them. And that's the issue. And we need to start looking at the idea of why so many women feel the need to attach themselves to these friendships. So what are these friendships providing you so much to the point where your partner is not allowed to fulfill these obligations? Because if you go into a relationship, the first thing that people say is you should be friends. So why not give him an opportunity to do the things that you're requiring your friends to do? Even if that relationship, is there, if there's any form of conflict or if there poses some form of hierarchy, it shouldn't. Your partner should be over everybody. But I think we need to start focusing more so on the rhetoric of why do women prioritize the male dominance of the friendships over their relationships, as opposed to trying to gaslight men and saying, well, you just didn't pick the right woman. Because this is a mentality. She could be very much so a good woman, but the way that she treats her male friends, the way she prioritizes them is not in a normal capacity that she should be operating in.
But
how does
Paris,
that make her good?
if
Paris.
you look at the whole what she said at the end, because virtually everything she said was word salad until at the end when she said pick better. And that really is the easy way to say the whole thing about what she said. Because with me, if you got a dog, not even just male friends, I don't want to deal with you. Because there's a reason why a woman has male friends. There's a reason why a woman has a big ass dog, big dog, not little dog. It's because of protection. There's a feeling of if something goes wrong in my life, I need to have this situation where I can have a certain amount of protection. Either a dog in my house, if somebody break in my house, or either my male friends, just in case my car break down or whatever, right? So
What are you talking about?
So when you get a man, now the woman has to make a decision on whether she's going to get rid of her old protection mechanisms and allow her man to protect her, or is she going to include everything along with her man, which can actually be somewhat of a conflict of interest. But if you choose a woman that doesn't have all these external protection mechanisms already, now that man doesn't necessarily have to worry about that. So with me, I'm not going to tell no woman what she can or cannot do. I'm just not going to pick her. That's what she said.
I don't think that what you're saying and what I think about the dynamic of platonic friendships are correlating. What she said was pick better, which is insinuating that the qualities of the woman that already presented that made him attracted to her doesn't make her a wife. And the way that she thinks about friendship could literally just be a socialization thing. This is what we have in the Black community. This doesn't make you a bad woman because of the fact that, oh, well, you are so, close to your male friends. A lot of the time,
be a bad candidate though, right?
No, not at all, because there are other things that are attracting them to this man. You got to realize this is not just one Black woman or one ostracized thing. That I said, this woman don't speak for the Black community. Our life looked different from the stuff she's talking about. A lot of Black women have platonic male friends, and maybe some of them have slept with them. That no longer makes them platonic. But a lot of us have platonic male friends that we never found an attraction to, never slept with. The difference is a lot of these women have an intimate attraction to these men. A lot of these women have this idea where he is supposed to drop everything and come and be my protector, even if he's not getting sex, or even if he has no other motive, or even if there's no other, correlation for that. A lot of women are not going around cooking and cleaning for their male friends. They're not providing any form of chivalry or servitude to these men, but they are expecting things in return that would be set for a partner. And that's why it's a mentality, because only the Black community does this to this greatest extreme. We're the only ones that argue about Black people having gender different friends. It's not a real thing from what she's talking about. You can't say a Black woman isn't a good wife because she has male friends.
She could be a bad candidate.
No, that's not true. Why are you saying it's only in the Black
He's
community?
just a bad candidate. That's all
when
I'm
we
saying.
just discussed Jonah Hill putting those boundaries on his girlfriend and how she aired out that was unacceptable because her friends were surfer friends and he's not a surfer. He can't do the same things that she's doing. So the things that she does with her friends, he can't just pick it up and be that for her. So if that is something that is a boundary for you, these male friends and you knew she had them when you got in a relationship with her, it shouldn't have been something that you tried to change about her, unless you were going to turn into a top skater or surfer like she was. You should have found somebody else that was on your page. That's basically what we've been saying. And I agree with that. There's no reason for you to try to change her or save her. Somebody wants her how she is. Nobody had to save me. My husband wants me how I am. So my ex-husband, he wanted me to be somebody else. He wanted me to be basically more like Lady Di. I'll never be like Lady Di. I am myself. My husband knows that about me. He wants me who I am. So you have to not have somebody that wants you to fight against who you are every day. That's a waste of your time and theirs.
Shout out to Fantasy Island girl, man. I'm liking what you're saying. I totally agree with you.
I know you on the wrong side of the room.
You might be on the wrong side of the room thinking you're on the right side of the room, Paris. Everybody up here is actually against you. I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh, I don't care about that.
So why are you talking about somebody being on the wrong side of the room if you don't care?
You know, Bill.
I don't care.
I'm just saying.
Let me go to Trev and then Casey.
I don't care.
All right. So, hey, I'm with Paris on 2 points here. One, I really don't like this lady. And two, I feel like you can seriously interfere with the intimacy of a relationship. Because a lot of these females be having boyfriends, like a lot of boyfriends. And if you don't know one thing about females is that they will purpose you, right? They're a boyfriend that will give them the banana. They got another boyfriend who they can talk to and they can be intimate with, who they can share secrets with. And that gets in the way. There's so many different, they got one that will support them financially. So he's going to be one of those. And all of those should be your position. So that's why I'm saying that you probably don't want to have a female for a long-term relationship that has a lot of friends. And I understand that if a female already has friends, then you should just not pick her. So I understand that point. A broken clock is right twice a day when she says pick better. But yeah, the only way I would pick better is not choosing a woman who has friends like that or who desires friends like that, because I don't need anything getting in the way of what it is that I'm doing. And it's even if they don't want her sexually, sometimes they just be in her ear. That's the worst thing about it. A lot of times they're in their ear. Like females in your ear is one part, but another man in her ear that's running interference, that could be destructive to a relationship. And that's not something that we need. We don't need that type of energy in our relationship. So the best way to do it is to keep platonic. It doesn't mean that she doesn't have to have any contact with dudes, but y'all need to be going out for lunch and all that. Y'all need to be meeting up for this and that. I don't play that. If other dudes want to go ahead and do that, you could go ahead and do that. That's how you run your household. But I think you a sucker if you have other dudes around your female. That's just how I feel about it. You shouldn't, and it's not about being insecure. I feel like you are insecure if you are a man who tolerates that type of nonsense in the first place. Yep. That's the insecure people. Facts. You just have to have boundaries. And again, if females, that's they get down, don't ever try to change them. I would never, ever tell a woman you shouldn't have friends. You couldn't have friends. I would just never choose you. I will choose the woman who does not need a bunch of men in her life.
Or a dog.
That was perfect. That's what I was saying.
You got a dog,
what you're saying, like you have to find the right woman who has a different mentality around understanding the hierarchy of male dominance in her life. And a lot of times, this is where I find it to be an issue. A lot of times, you find Black women's mentality around male friends is, I'm not getting rid of him. He's been around. He's been with me through thick and thin. He knows all of this other stuff about me. And you don't need someone to challenge your partner's authority, especially when you're going into a situation saying, we got to be friends first. So not only are you taking that opportunity away from him, you also repositioning another man in his position to say, in the event that times get hard, he's going to be my confidant as opposed to my partner. And that's why I agree with you.
All right, let me go ahead and go to Casey, and then we'll go to Precious.
I don't know these problems. I don't believe in opposite sex friendships without the other partner being friends as well. Going back to Lady Di, like this stuff is confusing, right? So there's gonna be associates that might be from the past for each spouse or, for the husband and wife associates, which are completely outside of the family structure and the relationship between the husband and the wife, right? Any people that we call friends are friends with both of us, and we both know them, and it's an open book. And there's also some decorum and some protocol when the friendships with the husband and wife is involved as well, because like I would never be texting constantly a husband of my good friend constantly where I know my husband's friends with him too. Why would I be going into that? I would just talk to the wife. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we having this cookout, or I'll text them together in a group chat or whatever, something like that. But the fact that I'm able to break this down, this is something I think that was just engraved in me on how you move as a wife. It's about priorities. What is your priority? Is your priority people in the street, or is your priority your household, your family? Like we met in college, and there was tons and tons of men and women around both of us. I was a professional dancer, right? For NFL, NBA. We had tons of people. My husband played baseball, tons of females, tons of men around. But we knew when we were ready to become one, we knew what had to take place. And we really we just moved the same way. Everybody started falling off at the wayside. And the people that we respected and the people that loved and respected our union, they're still here to this day, over 20 years later. And other people are, moved to the outer realm of our life and they're associates. I don't expect my husband to not speak to people that he grew up with or females that he, that he went to high school with and stuff like that. But they're not going to be somebody that, I'm like, you texting, oh, so-and-so on the phone, I'll be right back, I'm about to go talk to her. Like, that's absolutely crazy. And the same thing for me, like, oh, yeah, my friend's in town, whatever, I'm about to go do this. So anybody that we have friendships with, they're friends with both of us, and we move very respectfully, and it's never no weird movement and nothing like that. We've had our issues in our marriage, but other men and other women is never, ever been a problem. And I think that's because we're both confident, we both hold ourselves accountable, and we both respect each other. And we don't want to, don't you move funny if you don't want me to move funny. And I don't want to disrespect you. And I know you don't want to disrespect me.
I want to ask you a follow-up question. So hypothetically that your husband smashed one of his friends in the past, and can they still be friends?
They can be an outside associate if they have a long history, but they're not going to be nobody that is around and no constant conversations. I don't expect a man, and this may be the fact that I have 3 brothers and my father. I don't expect you or my husband or anybody else, just speaking hypothetically, to erase their entire life, right? Especially with, work, college, career, all of this stuff. I don't expect you to erase your life. But those people that may still be associates, I know exactly who they are. They met me, that type of thing. I've been around them, that type of thing. But friendships, no, we're not doing that.
And I just got one more question. I know you already had your marriage already, but would any of his past friends that he smashed be allowed to attend the wedding?
Hello?
I'm trying to think. I'm thinking.
Why wouldn't they be able to attend the wedding?
Why would they be? Wait, no. The question was, would they be able to attend the wedding?
Yeah. Let's say
I'm going back over our guest. Is what I'm doing in my head.
Let's say like 20 years ago they smashed and they just remained good friends, and he met you. Are you okay with them coming to the wedding?
It depends.
Why can't people come to your wedding? I'm just saying. What they got? I'm confused.
It depends on what.
A lot of different factors.
A woman that I smashed before can't come to our wedding and we get married. What does, I don't understand. What does one have to do with the other?
It depends.
I mean, if she maintains,
one chapter is closed and another one's opening. What do you mean? Like,
but she's
so
at the
that
wedding.
chapter isn't really closed.
It depends on who
we
that
can't
person may
decide.
be. That person may be connected to more than just, you know what I'm saying?
But
My
we're getting
husband.
married.
It just depends.
You looking like at a business standpoint, Casey?
I
know you know.
Let's say that he lost his virginity to her. So let's say they lost his virginity to her.
Do y'all care about that? Did I miss a memo? Now all of a sudden y'all care about the first girl.
Why would that be allowed? I don't understand.
I don't give a
For
Like, you're
somebody
not
that
that cool. Like, you can't be that cool. Like, there has to be a
They
boundary.
could.
no, there's
If
many
I get
boundaries.
married
There has to
again,
be
my
a
ex,
boundary.
There
if I
are
get married
boundaries, and
again,
a
my
lot of
ex-wife
times
is
people
coming to the
assume
wedding.
that
If
if
that's
you
the case,
allow
you might as well just
friendships,
come in the bedroom while we smashing. Like, I don't
Let me
understand.
ask
There
you-
has to be a boundary.
I
So
Sweeney.
you allow
if
friendships.
I
Hold on,
get
hold on,
married again,
hold
my
on.
ex-wife coming to the wedding, would that be a problem? Just
I didn't hear
just a
you.
question.
What?
Say it again.
If I get remarried and my ex-wife wants to come to the wedding, would
That's
that be
your.
a problem?
That's different. If y'all have, well,
You have
I'll
kids
say if you
together.
guys have kids together, then
Right.
that's
That's
different.
different.
It'll probably be
Okay,
that.
okay. I was just confused. Okay.
Sweeney, Trev, Clout. Like, are you okay if your wife invites somebody that she smashed?
Come on now.
I'm just asking the men.
I have to examine. I mean, it depends on how I felt
time.
about the relationship, right?
I'm
If
paying for the
I
wedding.
mean,
Oh no.
I don't. That's a toughie because I don't know if I would if I'll be off that because it's like, yo, why is this cat even still part of your situation?
He done
You know
seen
what I
her
mean? Like,
all the way naked. Okay, she probably done did
Yeah.
all the positions for him, and you really want him to be sitting in the audience?
yeah, be kind of awkward, dude. You know, it's different.
I think you guys are
Different.
very possessive of your
I don't think I would
partners,
really like
even
that.
their past. And I
It's
think
not
that you should
possession.
probably look
It's
at that.
it's a requirement. It's a difference. I'm not going to say you can't do something. I'm just not going to marry you or pick you. So it's a difference.
Your stance is different.
Hold on.
Yeah, but he's special because he took her virginity. So
Hold on. Wait a
he's
minute. We have to
No, he ain't-
understand.
he
The
ain't-
I get why Casey got paused on that question. Because
Why?
because what just went through her head. This is exactly what went through her head. And correct me if I'm wrong, Casey. How close are y'all for you to want to invite her to the wedding to begin with? That requires a close ass relationship. So you talking about
her? Did he eat her?
Yeah, because you paying like $60 a plate for somebody. Easy on the low end. You paying for them to come witness this.
And if he is still her friend, should she not be allowed to come to the? If I could see if you guys said y'all have to cut this friendship off, but if she's still a friend that he considers somebody he wants to invite to your wedding, I understand that women think it's their wedding. It's actually both your wedding.
The thing about
and if he has a friend, but if he has a friend that he has had the entire relationship, and now he wants to invite her to the wedding, how can we say that he isn't respecting the boundaries that y'all have accepted this whole time? If he's saying, "Hey, she's been my friend, we've been cool, we haven't had any incidents since we've been together. I would like for her to come to the wedding." Why are you guys upset about that?
I guess, and actually, Fantasy, you actually technically right on that one. Because I will say this: if you didn't set that boundary ahead of time, to where like a person that if going by Casey's standard, she would have pushed that person. If it was a person that he smashed in the past, in her mind, she would have already told him, "Hey, look, she's no longer in your inner circle. She's an associate. We're gonna push her all the way out there." But if you let them be complete friends, where he like close enough to where she's invited to the wedding, who just invite I don't know. I got married during COVID, so we was only able to invite like 50 people. But if you got 100, 200 group wedding,
no, it had almost 300 people at our wedding. But no, I'm not. To the extent that y'all are talking about, no. And I'm not going to go into detail on what I'm talking about, a situation in my head. But what y'all are describing, the answer would be no.
I completely understand. My question, I understand why you would say no. My question is why allow the friendship to be so strong that he would invite her to the wedding? Because there's plenty of people that they had friendships with in the past. They fell off. They're not going to invite them to the wedding because, like y'all said, it's $60 a plate.
Are you just saying in general?
I'm saying in general for the people that are like, there's no way my husband would invite an ex, but they've been friends all this time. Why?
No, and then I'm not even actually saying it. My husband inviting someone in particular. So that's why I'm just like, no. The way y'all are describing it, the answer is no.
So you guys have to send out the invitations, though, right?
Yes, but the way y'all are describing it, I'm gonna say the answer
Well,
is
she
no.
got her email, so
So, I
Direct
think
mail.
there's a little loss in translation. What fantasy is basically saying is, how did the person get close enough? If you drew a boundary at wedding, then where was the boundary at for the friendship to begin with?
Sweeney, I'm not going into detail.
No, take it away from you. We're not talking about you. We're just talking. We're just talking about in general. If you draw the boundary,
everybody doesn't come to your wedding. Everybody that's your friend doesn't come to your wedding.
Exactly. So if it's like this one wants to and you want them to come, he wants them to come, why would you say no if there's not been any incidents and you've accepted that they've been friends this whole time? He's not inviting all of his exes. It's just this one. You get what I'm saying? So they're obviously still friends.
Well, if it was multiple,
I mean, I have not had that situation. But if you allow that, then you allow that.
There is no friendships going on that I don't know about. So
would that make y'all feel better?
Exactly. So you already knew
incidents and all of this stuff. Like there's
exactly. So you already knew that they've been friends and there's nothing that's happened.
Again, there is no friendships that he or they have had without me being
knowing. Exactly. So you know that there is no threat there. So you would invite her. You would allow her to come.
That don't make it not
because you're involved in the friendship. You get what I'm saying?
There's no friendship.
All right, so again, there's a loss in translation.
Would that make y'all feel better?
Hold on, wait.
Like, I didn't hear what Paris said. What Paris said?
That doesn't mean there's not a threat there, because here's the thing: I can always assume what my partner's gonna do. I can't account for another person's intentions. And here's the thing about women specifically. Can't speak for men. A lot of times when they see men have been domesticated and they had a small sneaky link situation with them, the comfortability and familiarity makes them impose. They look to see if they still got it. They look to see how they can test him. They look to see if, oh, well, I mean, he cool, but we used to have this type of friendship. One thing about people, they treat you how they remember you. And so if you have that type of situation where Casey's, where y'all are describing for Casey specifically, she cannot account for that woman attempting to not be a threat on her family. She also can't account for that woman attempting to not be a place of solace towards her relationship if her and her husband are having some form of an issue. She just can't account for that woman's behavior. So there could always be a threat. However, she's under the impression that I'm aware of this relationship. She may not be around now. I have no problem with her, but this relationship that they share will have boundaries because I said so.
All right. So again,
there is no relationship.
The OG question was,
oh my God. Okay, Casey, we got you.
The OG question was, if your husband wanted to invite somebody invite a person to the wedding that they've had sex with previously. We all have been in agreement that you got to be pretty damn close to get invited to a wedding. So if he's saying, I want to invite that person to the wedding, and you say, hell no, and we understand why we're saying hell no. I get why everybody's saying hell no. We all saying hell no. But if we're saying hell no, then how the hell did that friendship form to begin with?
And stay so strong.
And stay strong enough for you to get to your wedding. And he'd be like, yeah, I want to invite this person to the wedding. That shouldn't even have got there.
Like, okay.
Hold on.
Wait.
I think there's a lot of things that we could be forgetting, right? Like, I definitely believe that a lot of times when male and female friendships work is at a point where both of them are very sure that they're not compatible, right? So, like, if she, let's say they had sex back in high school. But it was just, they both were repulsed by it. It wasn't a good time. They both wasn't with it. It just wasn't the vibe. It didn't keep going. But they had the same friend circle, and so they stayed friends up until whatever 20 years to college, and now they like family. I'm not gonna be like, oh my God, y'all smashed back in 11th grade in high school, so that must mean that y'all trying to hold on to something. Like, a lot of times there's situations. I mean, I personally have had situations where me and somebody might have thought there was some chemistry there. We tried it out. It wasn't for us, but we were able to remain friends because we had other things in common. Maybe not super close friends, but to the point where like maybe we have business connections or in common circles, and like we can benefit each other in other ways. So yeah, I feel like it's kind of immature to only look at it one way. Now, if it's somebody that was like their sneaky link, or they were dealing with them for a long time, I can understand somebody being uncomfortable. If we talking about back in the past, high school, a one-time thing, it's like there's nuances. There's some things you can kind of, let slide. And also I think it depends on the relationship that I have with that person. So let's say it's a dude and she lets me know from the beginning of the relationship, hey, I just want to let you know, hey, back in high school, XYZ happened. It didn't really work out, but we managed to stay friends. Let's say I meet dude, hey, we cool, everything's a vibe, and all of us can be friends. It might not be that big of a deal. I really think you got to leave wiggle room, for nuance.
The reality is the answer to this question should have been that is not a scenario that I would be in, because he wouldn't be that close to no goddamn person that he had sex with in the past. That should have been the answer.
He said fun circle. Cloud said fun circle. If they all went to high school together and they all have the same friends, some people are still going to be associated with other people, or they just all become family. Like that does happen. Like, I don't know where you're from, but I have the same friends from middle school. Like, so it really does happen. And my husband has the same friends as well. So,
and I'm sure you've had guys that you dated in the past, and now people that are back home, if you've left, are dating them now. If they came to the wedding, like you're friends with the guy, right? He's dating your husband's ex. Are you going to be like, oh, he can't bring his girl because they had sex at one point in time? Or are you going to be like, okay, they've moved on. This is obviously a plus one. I just want to know how much of a pushback is this going to be for this ex-girl? Like, how much push are we going to fight against this? I would push it all.
Just have zero tolerance for it.
She can't be single.
I believe that men and women can have platonic friendships. I believe that men and women normally have some type of sexual chemistry in the beginning, and they iron that out from the jump. So if they've remained friends and there was no sexual activity, it's because they were meant to be friends. And I would never try to take that away from a man that's found them a good female friend. I'm also completely fine with having male friends, but I don't have that same closeness with them because I know I'm not going to get that sexual gratification from them. So they're not going to get what my husband gets. They're never going to get that. So we both have male or opposite sex friends, and we've not had a problem where your friend can't come to this, you can't talk to your friend too much. Like we text randomly, they call randomly when something happens in their life, and that's it. Like, it's not a big deal. So I just think you should be with a partner that's on the same page as you. And when you are on that same page, that doesn't mean we're boundaryless. I obviously wouldn't want him sleeping with anybody but me, and vice versa. I don't expect him to sleep with her just because they're friends. But I accept that he needs more than just me to be his friend. I can't be everything to him, and I don't want to be. So we have to share each other, and we're fine with that. With our friends.
Ellinger, would you say that it's bizarre for those of us who say we have zero tolerance for that? If we're just really not with that at all?
I think you guys have your reasons. Mm-hmm. Just like I have mine. Like I'm pretty comfortable.
Yeah, we have our reasons.
And my expectations aren't for us to never have any incidents of cheating in our relationship, in our marriage. So I guess my anxiety about that is lower since I've been married once. I'm like, okay, it may not be forever that he doesn't ever sleep with anybody else. My mindset's just different now.
I'm gonna say
so does that mean you give him a pass?
He doesn't get a pass. I just don't expect perfection. I expect him
to. So what happens if he does cheat?
I expect him to do better. If
that's fair though. I think a man.
So that's a pass.
Every 5
years. It's not a pass. Okay, we can agree to disagree.
She's just saying
not really.
She's not going to.
You said you're not going to do nothing. If you won't,
I didn't say I wasn't
going
to do anything.
She's saying that she's not going to
like every 7 to 10 years or something.
I didn't say I would leave because I won't.
Yeah, so that's a pass. If he got one,
if you believe that that's pass, then that's your
surely
belief.
a pass.
She said,
my husband,
let me say something.
He would rather have me happy and in love with him than he would have me miserable and spiteful with him. So he chooses wisely. Everyone has a choice to be a committed husband or to be adulterous. Yeah. My husband has that same choice like everyone else, and he's doing well so far. It's off to a good start. It's been 11 days.
I'm going to say this.
But in year number 7 or 8, and he's smashing other chicks,
just
just let it go.
I was gonna say that Fantasy Island girl is saying that, you know how some people, they think of cheating and they think it's the end of the world. You know, they go in a corner, they don't come out for damn 2 years, and you know, they're just really acting bizarre. And then there's a snap situation. She's just saying that she's taking it, if it happens, she's gonna take it lightly. Now, what she decides to do, she don't know. You know what I'm saying? But she ain't gonna be going crazy. That's it. And I respect that. I feel the same way. So
right.
And I feel like you only control yourself, right? When you take those vows, you are taking that vow to God, right? And to your spouse, but you can only control your behavior, what you pour into the marriage. You can never say what another person wouldn't do for a lifespan. You know, you could hope that they wouldn't do certain things or hope that they wouldn't go down certain paths, but you don't control your husband, and there's no way, you know, you give them to God and that's it. And you focus on what you can do.
Fantasy basically says she'll cross that bridge when she cross it. If it ever occurs, she'll cross the bridge when she cross it.
Just like, would you leave your man if he was broke? Probably not. I would probably be upset. I'm not going to be happy that he lost his job and he wasn't financially secure. But I'm probably not going to leave him. I'm not going to leave my husband. So I'm going to have to struggle through that too. A broke man. I'm going to have to struggle through if he cheats, a man that cheated. I'm going to have to struggle through if he gets in an accident, a man that's disfigured. I'm prepared to do that with my husband. That's just where I'm at with it.
Fantasy Island girl, I know what the difference is. You're now married, and it proves my point. When you ladies find a damn man, y'all now know how to sit y'all asses down and be quiet. Now that's why I like Fantasy Island girl now, because she's been married since the last. That's what it is. She's married now.
Okay.
She's a better woman.
Look at her switching teams.
Whoa,
okay.
You ladies, you know, not
hold
Lady
on.
Di. Get y'all a husband so y'all stop being so screwed up.
She's taking her vows seriously. That's what I hear. So
right. Her mindset is different. Y'all don't hear her mindset? It's different.
Well, if she gets married, then of course it's going to be
there's
different.
anything wrong with it.
I mean, we're on the same page, so I don't have to fight with him. He agrees with me. We're on
she's a totally different person.
mindset together.
Well,
Fantasy Island girl used to be super toxic. She's married now.
When you elevate, I say elevate because getting married is a big thing, right? When you get to that type of status, of course you should change. Just like when people or women get pregnant and they have babies. Not every lady is going to change into a great mother, but they should, you know, most people do change into a great person.
Yeah.
So that's expected.
Yeah.
Let go. You just said it takes like a year for anybody to make a change, but now you're saying 11 days just make you like switch it up.
Yeah, y'all know he's capping. He's being goofy right now.
Once she got married, he looked her in the eye and told her to sit her ass down, and she said, "Yes, sir."
He absolutely did not.
I'm saying I think she's in a good space.
Done what my man said, and that's how we got to the marriage point. I don't have a problem doing what he says because we on the same page.
So nothing changed in the last 11 days?
I don't think so. I don't think very much.
You don't think very much?
Has not actually changed.
I don't think so at all.
What I'm saying is this. I'm gonna tell you what I was gonna say.
Paris, I would have talked to her like that before I was married.
Yep.
Well,
what I'm saying is this.
Paris got with you first, though.
Ma'am, I said what I said.
All I'm saying is this. Fantasy Island girl was probably well on her way to where she's at right now, and I don't think the marriage magically changed her.
It didn't.
But I'll let
say it again.
The way that I view my relationship, I know that it's forever.
Can we pull this away from
this? Is what I was saying. I was saying Fantasy Island girl was probably well on her way to where she is right now. I don't think that 11 days ago a light switch just came on.
My husband agrees with you, Trev.
Paris, we're gonna get you a husband, so you're gonna calm down.
You stay completely away from me. All the advice that you give, I'm gonna go over here to Cloud Trip and swing it. I don't want nothing to do with what you put down on the table, especially when you dealing with Fantasy Island girl and
her thoughts forever, ma'am.
No, it's off.
We don't care if you never find a man. I don't.
No. Don't get Paris a husband. Paris gonna settle down.
I don't care
Here's
if you
the thing
never find
about
anyone that
you have
matches
this
you.
victimhood
Never.
mindset. Maybe you need to work on your holism.
There's
That's
no
all.
victimhood mindset here because I feel like a winner.
You suck real good. That's
I
about
don't feel
all.
like I'm being victimized at any point right now. I feel like I'm winning.
Get back on track. We had somewhat of a
You're not a
civilized.
winner. You're a loser for sure.
Ma'am, you don't know me. You're a loser. And you're
And
lonely.
hotel,
And
HR.
you're lonely.
and you need
HR. Call in right now.
Why don't y'all like each other?
Tame your lady
Because
down
she's
there.
stupid.
Because she thinks she knows me.
Hold on.
I
But she
didn't like
doesn't.
Fantasy
Hold
Island
on.
Girl
She thinks
either.
she knows me, but she doesn't.
Hold on,
I
y'all.
didn't like her either, Paris. So I understand. I didn't like her either. I like her now. So I understand.
Okay.
All right, let's go
You're a
get to the
nasty
super.
spirited woman.
You're a nasty spirited woman and you always feel the need to throw sneak
Come on,
disses.
y'all.
Don't do that. That's not
Come on,
cute.
y'all. Let's get on track, y'all.
Oh,
Man, I
no.
had a full blown question, man.
Yeah. Like everybody take a shot of some water right now. Let's see what we got.
God damn.
A shot of some water. This is
Shout out to Brittany Renner with the
You
water.
should smile, Fantasy Island girl. At least you're pretty. That's the
Ma'am,
one thing
I know I am. You don't have to let me know
like
that.
last month we
I
had
know
two.
I am.
This one we got water.
Paris.
You don't have to tell me to smile. I smile often. I love it.
Paris. Why you keep
She wants my attention so badly.
No. Paris needs a husband. She needs a husband. We're gonna get Paris a husband.
She's looking like she's looking for a vagina.
Hey, come on, y'all. Come on,
It
y'all.
would have been your sour pussy.
Ma'am, you wouldn't know, but it tastes delicious.
Yo, the sexual tension is getting hot in this
I know. I
conversation
know
right
she
now.
wants me. I've seen it before.
See, that's your problem. The whole jump
I
out
know
of you.
she wants me. I've seen it before.
You gotta stop that.
You
That
gotta stop that
hypersexuality
because
is
you're not gonna
real.
change me. All you're doing is making me feel like there's something under there.
I don't like
Okay.
you. That's what it is.
Let it go. You don't have to like me. You can act like an adult.
Like, I hate
You
how
can
you
act
think.
like an adult.
I hate
You don't
the
have to
things that you
like me.
say.
I hate the way that you
I
behave.
like
I
an
hate
adult.
everything
Come
you
on, y'all.
say.
Come on,
And I
y'all.
just shut up.
Come on, y'all. Let's go.
Hey, maybe
So
should
you should
just
shut up.
Can y'all stop? Can y'all stop, please? I'm nice. I'm being nice.
All right, let me get to the super chat, y'all.
We have to get her husband on the line so he can make her shut up.
Like Angela Swift, 1999 says Lapeef Network. Guess she's trying to call in or something. A new member. Money World became a new member. Welcome to the Green Gang. Trigger Mike, $5 says only women thinks a man wants to be friends with them. I've smashed every female friend I've ever had. Trigger Mike.
Damn. Every
accountability partner, $5 says TM. What's TM?
Trigger Mike.
No, Trigger Mike. Then they weren't your friend. I have two. I've had two dope female friends. Never did anything to no one of them. Marcus File says I agree with Trev on this one. Paris has been on a roll all month. Talk your ish.
Ooh, we done came a long way with him.
Caesar Palace $10 says any issue a black woman puts out is another barrier to not getting married. Get married first, then negotiate. Some of your concerns with your man. Most black women say they won't do before what they will.
I don't understand what he said.
Yeah. Underground Zone $10 says, well, Trev, men will be around your girl no matter what, work, school, church, gym, etc., unless you are around her 24/7. You cannot stop a man from flirting with her. She can get clapped behind McDonald's.
Not behind McDonald's.
Yeah, maybe your wife. Y'all gotta understand, man. Look, I ain't even gonna get into the ism tonight. We're gonna leave that alone.
Insane one $5 says if the ex-girl / now good friend can't be there, women shouldn't have the friend zone men. They never hit it, but you tried a lot of times to get it to go. And the Black Dragon $2 says men and women can be friends if no sexual interest. Caesar Palace $2 says only friends you can have are the ones you slept with. I call Cap on Fantasy Island Girl. Trigger Mike.
Me too, Marcus. I'm gonna see you.
Fantasy will be back to her per usual shenanigans after Labor Day. And then timeout says HR 11 days.
And just for the record, I'm all y'all husbands while we on the show. So everybody sit down and be quiet.
Absolutely not, sir.
Filing for divorce immediately. I want out. Hurry up.
All right, let's go ahead and get it cracking. Marcus Evans Fowler says, man, shout out to Lady Di, Precious, Paris, and Casey tonight. All right, none below. Let's go ahead and get into this next topic. Hit the like button, family. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, T Channel, Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. 30% off along with a free gift. Our next topic of the night is you can't own the praise without owning the responsibility. Let's go ahead and play this clip.
I've seen that it's like a meme or a short video of a kid who's supposedly drowning, but all he needed to do was stand up.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's a lot of women. A lot of women put themselves in more difficult situations to then get credit for their ability to navigate those difficult situations. And I think that's where I want to bring the conversation back to, because even the example of the woman who is working 3 jobs to raise 5 kids and the whole 9, she was the same woman. And a lot of women will say, well, I was young and I was dumb, who made the decision to get pregnant by 4 different men who she knew would not be responsible enough to take care. So, but then we frame it, we start the story a lot of times. And I think this is what frustrates men with, she's busting her ass and she's doing quote unquote the best she can to now take care of 5 kids without starting the story in, she put herself in that. Now, and I understand it's more complicated than that. A lot of women have trauma and it leads them to sexual promiscuity that inevitably leads them to having multiple kids and a more difficult life, and they have mental health issues in the whole 9. But again, I think the bigger picture is you cannot own the praise without owning the responsibility.
All right, shout out to Alan, man. Y'all make sure y'all go ahead and give him a follow over there. Shout out to Alan. Check him out. I'm gonna go ahead and let me go to Mr. Let Go. Let me go ahead and get him out the way.
Not get him out the way.
You can't own the praise without owning the responsibility. Let me go ahead, because
women definitely ruin their own lives, drive their own cars into a damn tree, and then turn around and act like this revering, I got it out the mud superhero after they get their car fixed after running into a damn tree. Women, I think, find ways to ruin their lives on purpose so they can be victims, because women, just like in the video, there was a child, right, acting up, because women are children. So that was a perfect example of how women are children. Women do all kinds of stupid shit, run around ruining their own lives just so they can be a victim. Women, traumatized women, live and thrive off of victimhood. And a lot of times, don't nothing be happening to the woman. So she has to find something, some way, so she can ruin her life so she can be a victim. Because all her little stupid homegirls, guess what they talking about? How they're a victim of something. So you got to turn around and find your way of being victims too, so you can complain and whine the same damn way. So yeah, I agree with the dude. Women definitely ruin their lives and do dumb shit in order to be this what is it, person coming out the flames type of shit. No, you just
where was this energy?
Doesn't that change when he already said the trauma part, and you agreed to the fact that sometimes there's trauma that causes people to struggle with that coming out of?
Yes, I can understand that. That's a part of it. Yes, but it's a part of all of it. When the typical woman, because Paris is talking about Brittany Renner, she did this, she did that. I understand what you're saying, Paris. I'm saying virtually every woman does the same thing and turns around and tries to be a superhero of their own stupid shit. So I understand what you're saying, Paris. I'm just saying women altogether do this over and over again. Virtually all y'all have fatherless babies, and so y'all can whine about having a fatherless baby.
I think sometimes I agree with Mr. Lego on this one. I feel like sometimes we forget that mental health is like a personal responsibility. You know, like let's say I go with what Sweeney said, and everybody has trauma, right? So if everybody does have
Don't
trauma,
put that on me.
no, I'm just bringing it full circle. But look, let's say we did say everyone had trauma. If that was true, that would still mean that everybody is required to fix that trauma or take responsibility for that trauma, whether it be through going through therapy, you know, whether it be asking for help, whether it be reading self-help books, whatever the case is. At some point when you're an adult, you have to identify that on your own. So I completely agree with what Mr. Letgo saying and what the guy in the video saying. I think a lot of women do find empowerment from the struggle. Like a lot of them feel like if I can prove that I'm struggling and that I'm a victim, I can be empowered by that, and it completely frees me of responsibility. You know, I didn't do nothing wrong. It was that, you know, I was young and dumb. I'm a victim. Or I didn't do nothing wrong. It was that he took advantage. You know, he manipulated me. He gaslit. Whatever it is, it's always somebody else's fault, and that gives them a lot of freedom to just get away with anything.
Go ahead, Casey.
I think this is our community as a whole. I think this is men and women alike in our community. I think we all sell the storybook. Everyone has an ebook, has a book about their struggle. You know, you got the drug dealer. I did 15 years and now I'm out, and I have a program for young boys, and I'm preaching and telling everybody not to do what I did, but look how much money I made in the middle of it. And you got, you know, people even like P. Diddy. Oh, I was a college dropout, and now I'm, you know, this billionaire. It's our community. We uplift people, and we don't think that they have any grit if they haven't, quote unquote, went through this trauma that we're speaking of and turned something around and made something of themselves. Even with me, like being in fitness my entire life, I've started my first dance class at 3. Now that I've had children, I think I will have more respect now of losing the weight and rebuilding my body from kids than me almost being 40 years old and had never been morbidly obese or overweight. I've gotten more respect now that I've had children and losing weight than it was me being a professional athlete and preaching to women about, you know, staying fit and being fit and living a healthy lifestyle. Our community loves the turnaround story, the underdog. We want to cheer on the person that was not raised in a good home, but look where they are now. That's what our community breeds. Well, in other communities, you get more respect for being the example from day one and never going down a dark path and having to turn around and having to dig yourself out the mud. So I think it's our community as a whole.
All right. Let me go to fantasy.
I think a lot of times people withhold praise until somebody does something, they're struggling with something and they have succeeded with it. Then they provide praise and adoration. But all the way up until then, if they're not struggling with something, if they're actually just good at it, they don't give them praise because they're like, oh, I don't want them to get the big head. So I think that's the problem with society. The only time you give praise is when somebody has messed up and turned their life around. We should be giving praise to people when they are doing the things that we want them to do and not being fearful that they're going to feel more confidence in themselves because of it, because we should want these people to have more confidence in themselves when they're doing the right thing. There shouldn't be this fear that I'm going to make this person so confident in themselves, I'm going to overinflate their ego, that they're going to turn bad. So I'm not going to give them any praise. The only people that get praise are the people that turned it around. We should change that as a society.
Go ahead, Paris.
I actually kind of feel a little bit what Casey's saying, but I think that there is a huge difference because what you do see is like when there are guys such as Tiger. Tiger comes from a 2-parent household. He grew up in Calabasas. He's always been a rich kid. So even with seeing him have the type of sentiment of him falling down the path of having a baby mama and stuff like that, he's not getting praise for that. Like, he's not getting any type of acknowledgement. Or when you see like Lonzo Ball and you see his children, Laura Ball and his children, they're not praising those men for doing stupid decisions. Like, you got a father around. You shouldn't be with women like, you know, Miss Nikki Baby making babies, and you shouldn't be. The difference is when we see Black men in certain social statuses and certain type of growing up in environments versus Black women, they don't get that type of praise. People are avidly praising Sierra Princess Harris Wilson, who went from a 2-parent household, became the 4th baby mama, and then happened to get married as if like she's overcome some just real traumatic experience, or like they immediately victimized her as a woman who consciously grew up, made decisions. She had several different public relationships before then, went down the path of, you know, being with a man who she was nobody's stepmom, to being with 50 Cent when she became a stepmom from Bow Wow, you know, like, and then it's like now women look to champion her as some form of hero, like, oh, she overcame this. And you will see that whether you're seeing it from a woman who is like Glossiana. Glossiana, of course, come from Memphis. She got 2 kids. She a baby mama. She a rapper now. She made it up off of, you know, F&F, you know, like she was outside with her ratchet friends. And you get to see women saying, oh, well, she's doing something to feed her kids. Or even when you look at Sexy Red, she has a son. And women are like telling Dana Dane, who was one of my close, you know, social media friends, like, oh, well, why she hating? Like, y'all mad she getting money? Like, she taking care of her kids. Or even Keke Palmer. First thing that women said was she didn't need him because now she had money. So it's kind of okay if she ends up in this situation. Everything that Casey said, I absolutely agree with, as far as it can be a mentality of us championing for the underdog. But I absolutely think that there is this initial sector of us trying to victimize women when they have been in struggles that are associated with us and our likeness. The familiarity of it, even how she mentioned becoming a mom and getting her body back versus a woman who just regularly works out. Women love Lori Harvey with a deception of men. But when she started talking about how she keep her fitness up, she becomes a threat now. Because why are you championing for me to lose weight? They even went so far to call her fat phobic by saying she works out. But if it's a woman who done had multiple kids and she can still look like she never had one, now she becomes this person who can be a hero. And it's like, we have to really learn to separate where the disconnect is with the start of a person who is on the right path versus trying to champion a person who intentionally goes and makes mistakes. They're a willing participant in their own demise. And then we go and try to give them this whole they can change mentality. But if you were talking about a man who was a cheater and he cheated with 3 women, no way in hell you would assume that she changed, but he can change. But if it was a woman with an OnlyFans and now she don't want to do that no more, all of a sudden she walking the right path and she's the best person in the world, we should listen to her. So I think somewhere there is a disconnect.
Black China.
As a matter of fact,
you
Black
make
China.
a great point, Paris. That was a great ass point, especially with Sierra.
As a matter of
I
fact,
agree.
when we found out that Steve Harvey was possibly being cheated on by his wife, everybody, now mind you, this is a person everybody's been championing because Steve Harvey has been the simp of the world. Women been in his corner. The moment they found out that he might have gotten cheated on, the very first thing women said was, well, that's what you get. You got it how you got it. They basically started denigrating him for possibly losing his wife. They were like, you got what you got because you shouldn't have cheated on your ex-wife and all of this. Then him cheating was thrown right back in his face. But they would never do that for a lot of these women.
Sweetie, you're right, but that's the worst actual fan base to have ever. You saw the same thing happen with Derek Jackson.
Yeah.
As soon as they find out some news that they don't like, they will turn on you 180 so quick.
No, here's the difference.
He dealt with the same thing.
Everybody already knew Steve Harvey had cheated on his ex-wife, and then Steve Harvey started coming out and simping. But the moment they found out that he was possibly being cheated on, they turned on him.
Tarnishing his character and deeming it as if something that he may have deserved. But Keke Palmer never even slept with, Usher. It was never even a thing. It was just the idea that she possibly disrespected him and he didn't like it. But the idea that he got online and he said something, right, where they could actually connect that he did something disrespectful. It was the, well, now I'm acting like my dad. If you want to be funny, I'm going to be hilarious attitude about it. It was almost the initial attack that, hey, he has to have some form of ramifications for his actions. And if it makes him hurt, if it makes him embarrassed, it's okay.
Let me get Precious up in there. Go ahead, Precious.
I mean, we just heard Mr. Let Go champion for Brittany Renner. Like,
Right.
you know, women will always have this pass, and I don't necessarily give women a pass. You're an adult. Act like an adult. Just because you have a vagina don't mean that you get a pass. We're all adults. And I think that a lot of women try to use but I didn't know, I was young and dumb, I was stupid back then, and it's affecting me now. No, get your stuff together. Get your stuff, especially if you have kids. If you have a child, you can't continue to say, "Oh, I was young and dumb." No, now you have somebody to live for. Now you have someone that is looking at you, and you have the responsibility to raise them. So I think it's, women have always tried to use this, women want to be the weaker, lesser vessel when it benefits them. They don't want to be the weaker, lesser vessel when it benefits both in the relationship, where you're supposed to be that weaker, lesser vessel, where you're supposed to have that reverence. They just want to do it when it benefits them. And I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that works. It's actually a divide for our community. If you're gonna do it where it benefits the both of you, not where it just benefits you. Because honestly, you think that you're doing it to benefit you, you're just gonna really fall on your face at the end.
Man, wait, Precious. Man, that was like wrapped up in a perfect summary, because women really want to pick and choose when they want to be weak, because 90% of the time they want to be looked at strong as another man, competing with men in the workplace, in the home. But then when it benefits them, now it's, oh, but I'm a woman, and where is this, and well, what about me, and woe is me. That was okay. I'm gonna be quiet.
You know what I find interesting? And Paris was about to allude to this, and I'm mad that she stopped. We just heard Mr. Let Go talk about women trying to get this victimhood card and all of this and victimhood status and want to live in it. But that's literally what you did for Brittany Renner. You gave her a victimhood pass. You said, oh, it must have been that she came from childhood trauma and she behaved a certain way, and that we got to look at this other side of the story. But when it comes to women in general, and them talking about how they had to come out the mud and all that, and all of a sudden they're trying to be victims. But it's people like that give women the victimhood card, and you want to excuse the behavior. Because I always say this, when people say they are young and dumb, they're just trying to they're saying, what they're really telling you is, ignore what I did in the past because I was young and dumb. You should accept me for what I am right now. That's what people mean when they say they're young and dumb. They're excusing their behavior. And they want you to excuse it and ignore it because they were young and dumb.
The world
They're excusing their
so
past behavior. And I think there's a difference between the two. A lot of times when people have messed up, you see them, you hold them in that light forever. And as they try to show you they've changed, people will not allow them to show that change. So I think once you've made the correction, you don't need to keep atoning for what you did in the past. You've changed your actions. And just because you've done that and everyone knows about it doesn't mean that you can't change and be better. And when you do, you usually get praise. And I appreciate that praise. I think people should give it in that order.
The issue with women and accountability is women think that acknowledging accountability is the detriment to them. It's a lot of times that people would just want women to say, yes, I did choose this man. I was intentional about this relationship. I tried to make it work. There were so many red flags where I should have walked away. I allowed this to happen to me. And I even went so far as to do my own part into entertaining this situation and making it last longer. women will not say that. Instead, women will try to find ways to dance around the actual real scenario, which is why a lot of times when people are giving their personal experiences, they start asking women questions. Okay, so why did you do this? Why did you do that? Did you not feel like this? Did you not think about that? And in the questions, even that is not giving them self-actualization of, I should be accountable for the part I played. Accepting and acknowledging it is something that women have a very hard time doing. Because in the grand scheme of things, accountability really don't help nobody but your ass. It don't help us for you to say, yeah, I fucked up. But women don't want to do that. They don't want to go, I did something wrong. They want to sit with themselves and say, I did something wrong. They want to finally admit to their friends years down the line, it was my fault. But they're not actually saying and recognizing I did something wrong. What they are doing is deflecting when they go on social media and talk shit about this man about how he don't wash his ass. Or they're deflecting when they're saying he's such a terrible parent. They're deflecting when they're saying he put another woman before them for whatever reason, X, Y, and Z. The constant deflection does not meet the road of accountability. And if you're going to tell us one side, you got to tell us the part you played too.
Hold on. Actually, I think it goes a step further, Paris. This is the problem with women and accountability. When they say, okay, I did it, I think part of accountability is accepting the consequences that come with something. Rarely do people come out and be like, I accept the fact that I will never find this kind of person because I did X, Y, Z in my past. What they say is, yeah, I did X, Y, Z, but why does that mean that I can't get what I want? I'm accepting accountability. I told you I did it. I did wrong. That was me when I was young. I did it. It is what it is. Now stay with me. Now pick me. Now be with me. I should still be able to get rich. I should be able to get that house. I should still be able to get this. No. Part of accountability is accepting the fact that some shit just ain't gonna come your way because you did some shit in your past. Part of accountability is if we telling you men don't like women with 5 baby mamas, with 5 baby daddies and 6 kids. That don't mean, oh, well, yeah, I got 5 baby daddies and 6 kids, so I should still be able to go out there and get that man. You should be able to accept the fact that, okay, yeah, in my life, that hasn't been the results that I've been getting, and this is part of the reason why I'm not getting it.
And let me say this, because Precious didn't think I heard her when I walked away. Look, and this is not, we're not going to get into Brittany Renner, but I view women as children. So I expect women to do stupid shit. Okay. So there's an acceptance of the stupid shit that y'all do. So when y'all do stupid shit, I accept it and we can move on from it. That is the difference. I hold women accountable, but at the same time, I accept women for the dumb shit that they do. I'm never going to be with a woman or see a woman or view a woman and say she's never going to do stupid shit. You are going to do dumb shit.
That's not true. What you do is you badger the point. You don't actually hold women accountable. You don't actually tell women to acknowledge their wrongdoing.
Can I finish?
And you did the same thing with Brittany Renner. We watched it in real time.
Paris, why are you interrupting me? So
because you're lying.
Okay. So I accept what a woman does, and then I look into why a woman did it to see if she'll do it again. But we have to look at a woman as a whole person and not just what she did. You got to look at it from the future standpoint, present standpoint, and future, past, future, and present, because she's a whole person.
You don't accept what women do because you constantly badger about it. If you accepted what women do, then you would be okay with the behavior, but you're not okay with the behavior at all. You don't actually hold women accountable. You badger the point. You try to emphasize the stupidity. That's not actually helping somebody to navigate their issue or acknowledge their wrong by constantly harping on, you make all these baby daddies. You make all these dumb decisions. You act like a kid. You're irrational. You're stupid. You emotional. Like that don't necessarily meet nobody nowhere. Because if you're talking at me, I'm not going to want to receive what you're saying. The reason why we're bringing up the fact of Brittany Renner and the hypocrisy you displayed is because watching you say those things about Brittany Renner just made us aware when women are around you, you are inadvertently okaying their behavior. Even if you don't feel good about what they're doing, even if you don't like it, what they are receiving from you in that acknowledgement is that maybe he think what I did wasn't so bad.
I like that. I like that. So
I think he just has a soft spot for Brittany Renner.
No,
You know
it's
what
not
it
even.
is? When Mr. Lego
Hold
is
on,
women,
whoa,
it's
whoa,
women
whoa,
that are
whoa. Let me
close to
answer
him.
that. This is very important. This is very important. This is very important. Paris, I love how you articulated that, but this is different. And I'm not going to say you are wrong. This is different. When I'm saying women as a whole, I don't know y'all. But if I know you, I'm going to give you a certain amount of grace. Just like, as an example, one of the reasons why I had a problem with Kevin Samuels is because he would just berate a woman right in front of you. Like you don't know the woman personally, but you get an opportunity to get to know a woman while you're on live with her. She's telling you her story, and then he shits on her. That's one thing I'll never do. So I'll say, you women are this, you women are that, random women are la la la, because overall it's true. But when I get an opportunity to talk to a woman personally, whether it's on a live, whether it's on a panel, or whether it's in person, now I'm looking at the individual woman and her individual issues, and now I'm able to get an understanding of her as an individual versus women as a whole. So you are right, Paris, but at the same time you are wrong, because you got to look at the nuance of, if I get to know you, I can give you grace because I got to know your personal story.
I hear you and I understand you, and I receive what you're saying. Make no mistakes about I hear you and I understand the comparison. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let the panel have it. The issue with what you're saying is I have watched Kevin Samuels' platform, and when women feel attacked by something that came up in conversation, by something that they willingly shared with him, they then went to testing his manhood. And when he met them with that energy, it went to, he shouldn't talk to me like that because I'm a woman. Same thing that happened with Brittany Renner, right? When she was met with the energy, it was, oh my gosh, she's a woman. Why is she behaving this way, this, that, and the third? But in any other sector, as Precious mentioned, as Casey mentioned, women are trying to meet men at them being equals. At any other sector, when there is no level of violence present and there's no level of aggression present, women are a lot of times invoking that. So you telling me that you would give me grace because you have a rapport with me and you know me, or you would give Brittany Renner grace because you have a rapport with us and you know us, is actually doing me a disservice, because the men around me that I have built a relationship with and cultivated in my social environment should be the ones holding me accountable. You're not doing me no favor by telling me, I heard your situation, Paris, I empathize with you, and it's okay, you're gonna get through it. No, what you should be saying is, as the man, of course, like you said, you tell us to shut the hell up. What you should be saying is, you know what, I hear you, and I know that was difficult to you, but you need to acknowledge how you fucked up. That's what the conversation should be. Not, I'm finna give her grace because she's a woman that I know.
But Paris, why can't it be both? Why can't I give a woman grace? Why can't I give a woman patience and then turn around and say you fucked up? I literally did that to, hold on. I literally did that to Brittany personally. I had a conversation with her. What are you talking about, sweetie?
Bro, we don't know your personal conversation.
Why you ain't letting him land his
All you want to do is argue. You don't know what the hell I said to this damn woman. You
it
just
doesn't matter
argue.
because you didn't say it right here.
Okay.
He just why he's giving her grace because he's already talked to her. All right,
I already talked to her.
What you might have said to her in private because you did not do it right here in public.
Sweeney, I need you to understand something. Okay, I have common sense. Sweeney, shut up for a second.
I don't have to
All you want to do is argue about
Precious, don't you got something to say?
Let me say this. Let me say this, Sweeney. And
I have something to say.
I'm just going to get it to you, Sweeney, because you be saying stupid shit on purpose. Okay, and we all know
that was stupid.
Shut up for 1 second.
I said we don't care about what you said to her in private.
1 second. Can you be quiet
for
30 seconds?
You're not gonna say I said something stupid and then I point out.
Can you be quiet for a second, bro?
What did I say that was stupid?
Be quiet for a second.
What did I say that was stupid? That's the question.
Okay. I literally said I had a conversation with her personally. One thing I'm never going to do on social media, no matter who the woman, no matter who the man is, I don't have conversations with JR, you, different people, okay? I'm never going to say, oh, I talked to Precious or I talked to JR, I talked to Sweeney yesterday and I said this, because that's in confidence. So I've had conversations with her and I held her accountable, but I'm not going to tell y'all about the shit. What are you talking about?
No, first of all, first and foremost, that's why I knew that you missed what I said. I said I don't believe anything that you may have said to her in private. I don't care because I don't care. I'll just let you finish. I don't care because the thing is that we're on a public platform talking about something that she did publicly and you did not hold her accountable. I don't care what you said to her in private because it doesn't fucking matter because you didn't hold her accountable in public for something that she did publicly. So so you coming to me telling me, well, I had a private conversation with her and I actually did the very thing that you said that I didn't do, Paris. It don't matter because you didn't.
That's what Paris is saying.
You didn't do it here.
He did.
I don't have to do it here.
He did say that her behavior wasn't acceptable. He never excused her behavior though. He never excused her behavior though.
I didn't do. I actually did.
Hold on.
I held her accountable in person instead of on social media.
Hold on, y'all. Let's get Lady Di and then Casey in. Let's get Lady Di and Casey in. Go ahead, Lady Di.
I just want to talk about the solution now because we could talk about this all day, and I agree with most of y'all point. But so let's talk about having kids because a lot of these kids that are now adults, wasn't raised right. They didn't have dads, moms, right? So if you're a mother, you're a father, I think that we should be raising our kids a certain way. So let's say for a man, you have a daughter. I believe that daughters need men in their life to help them with logic. Because a lot of times we're seeing a lot of these ladies are acting off of emotion. It could be trauma, sure, but it's really emotional, right? They don't know how to control their emotions. So they're doing these things to get attention, right? So if men it don't have to be a father figure, uncle, whoever, needs to be more around and more involved into a lady's life instead of spoiling her all the time. Telling her that she's pretty is cool, giving her the nicest things is cool. But let's give her, let her know how it feels not to have nothing, right? For a little bit. Don't give her everything that she wants. Say no sometimes when you're raising these kids. Teach them kind of like how you teach if you have boys, how you teach your boys. You have to kind of give her that balance. So when she is out in the world, she's able to receive men in a way, when it comes to marriage and not be combative and all of that. She's able to, okay, well, I didn't have these things in my life, but I know how to conduct myself when I become an adult. Some people fail, some people don't. Some people do learn from their failures and some people don't learn from their failures. Some people don't fail at all. And what Casey was saying, they've been doing this all their life. There's different type of people in this world, but I do believe it does stem from who is raising the kids. You let kids get away with stuff and you try to reprimand them, but they're not listening. You got to do a better job. I think a lot of this stuff is just bad parenting. Now, there are some people, if we just look at the whole world and be like, okay, everybody was raised right. They had both of their parents in the house, right? We still have to allow people having different personalities. We have to allow that people do have a mental health issue. Everybody's not going to be the same just because they had a great upbringing. We have to allow that. But a lot of this stuff that we're talking about is because they didn't have good parenting. Fathers were not in the home. They're seeing them every other weekend. Right? We're going to say, oh, well, the lady's making them see them every other weekend. They're not allowing them to see their kids. But why is that? Did she have her dad when she was growing up? I'm not giving her an excuse. That's just a fact. She don't even know how to be consistent because she never had consistency. Now, people need to grow up and learn how to do that. I do agree. I'm a person of, you got to change. You don't just let, oh, I didn't have this, so this is who I'm going to be. But these are just the factors that we're talking about. I think what Paris was saying, I think it does affect when people don't hold themselves accountable. It does actually affect others around you because people are hurting people. That's the term y'all using, right? Hurt people. So if you don't hold yourself accountable and start changing, you're going to affect everyone that's around you. So it affects everybody when people don't hold themselves accountable. Now, in a long-term run, that's how I'm saying it. It does affect people. That's all I want to say.
All right, let me get Casey in there.
My question is why do women try to flex on men by saying that women mature faster than men, but then turn around and say I was young and dumb? I never, ever, ever understand that flex. I've heard my whole life, oh, girls mature so much faster than boys. They have their reasoning skills mature, their logic matures. No, it doesn't, because they turn around and say I was young and dumb as an excuse in their late 20s and their 30s and their 40s and their 50s when they were supposed to be matured past the men and the boys that they grew up with. So it makes absolutely no sense.
Maturity doesn't account, doesn't equate to intelligence and ignorance. You can't know something. You can't know possibly all the things you don't know until you get older. A lot of times we are more mature than the people around us, but we're not smarter than a man way older than us that we end up dating. A lot of times we may think we are.
I said the word they use is mature. If you are
yes,
using
and
the
that's
word
what
mature,
I'm saying.
that means you make mature decisions, right? That
You
means
make
you have
mature
rational
decisions.
thinking you have rational thinking skills, you have logic to think, if I make
when you
this
know
decision,
better. So the young and
backlash
dumb is
going
the
to
excuse
be
that
in
I
the
didn't
outcome
know,
of
so I couldn't
thinking,
make a
right?
mature decision. The young and dumb excuse, it's not saying I've messed everything up. Usually when they say women are or girls are generally more mature, it's not saying that they know everything. They're still in school to learn. They still learn from their parents. You still mess up and you still have to learn. There's no stopping that from any gender.
What I'm saying is men don't get that same pass.
Exactly.
I'm
That's exactly
saying
the point.
Boys will be boys is what?
No, what
boys will be boys is what?
No, that's not the same.
Okay, it sounds
That's not
like
the same thing. Because one is saying
That shit does
right,
not apply to grown ass men.
right,
Nobody gives
right.
grown men.
One is
exactly. That's an excuse for boys, people that are young and dumb.
They can't hear us. One mic.
One is saying
Yeah,
that
but boys
a
are
certain
actually
group
young
is
and
going to
dumb.
make
One at
are
a
going to make
time.
a certain, or that men are going to make, or boys are going to make a certain decision or whatever.
It's
The other
predictable
one is
behavior.
making an excuse
Yeah.
and saying that women are going to bypass everything that a boy goes through, but men
When-
don't get
when
the
people-
same pass though.
No,
when
they're
people-
expected to
when
mess
people
up.
say boys will
Like
be
women
boys,
are not.
that's the assumption. Or when they say boys will be boys or men will be men, that is the assumption that bad behavior
They will
is
mess
on
up.
the horizon. And so that is not giving them an excuse to say, I have to accept it regardless. That's essentially saying prep for destruction. Prep for destruction. There will be a warning before the disaster. The warning is you can predict that he's going to be a fuck up. You can predict that he's going to be disappointing. You can predict that he's going to make he's going to fall through on this behavior. But that's not at all excusing his behavior. Even when you see a man who walking around and he toting guns and he's sagging and this, that, and the third, they literally got a whole TikTok now showing an idea of what men would look like as good fathers. This whole Facebook group, and they're saying like you could have looked at this and predicted destruction. Like you could have looked at this and said this not gonna go away. So why are you sitting over here crying and complaining about the idea that you're dealing with a deadbeat? It was right there for the man being a man or the boy being a boy. That's two different things.
Hold on,
No,
y'all.
it's not.
Hold on. Let me go ahead and slap this topic in. This is the main topic right here. The mommy issues. That's kind of in relation to what we're talking about. Play this clip. Main topic, folks. Mommy issues. Let's go ahead and dive into it. Go ahead, Trev.
Yeah, I mean there was one thing that he said that resonated a bit. It kind of goes back to what Casey was saying a little earlier about how men are not afforded the same grace as women at all. Like we give so many excuses for the women all the time, and we are forced to, as men, face our consequences no matter what. You can see it. We have to deal with it. There is no escape for us. We don't have the same access to social services. We don't have the same support systems. We don't have as many females to take us in. I understand you got like the dudes fresh out of jail that'll do that, but in general, men don't get the same type of support that women will always receive, right? And there's always going to be some mommy issues there. If we don't get the proper nourishment when we are young and we're not building that foundation, then we're screwed for life. So the question is, what is it that we can do to get better at this? Why is it that about 80% of us are raised in single parent households, mostly by single mothers? Why are we not able to fix that? Why are we continuing to have children out of wedlock? And even if marriage is not your thing, you should understand that a dual parent household is actually going to afford you the best opportunity to have a better life. This is why people have these issues. You got mommy issues, you got daddy issues, because somebody's not there. Somebody's always not there. What can we do to better that? Why is it that we can't even have a solid relationship with each other? We don't ever want to build. We just want to go ahead and take them 20 minutes and then just leave that person alone. You created a life, and look what you left behind. Nothing. You're not concerned about legacy. You're not concerned about family. None of that. And our culture is the worst at it. It's bad. What could we do to fix the situation?
Nothing.
No, we can do something. Lady
do a
Di's
lot.
raising boys. I'm gonna be raising a boy. I'm not sure if Fantasy Alex, you have a girl or a boy. You have a boy.
I have both.
So it's our responsibility to, number one, step out of the doggone way when our husband is dealing with our sons. That's number one. Number two is to have compassion for our sons, because the world is not going to have any compassion for them. Studies show how Black boys are treated in classrooms and schools. They're ignored. They're labeled before any other child is, of any other race or any other sex. They are literally the last on the totem pole. So what we can do is make sure the generation coming up, that fathers are in the home, number one. Women and as wives, we're not challenging our husbands and partners to raise our son, and not making a divide with into behavior that a man will recognize in a young boy before a wife would. And make sure that we're protecting them and loving them and pouring into them, because this world cares nothing about them. Those are the three things we can do.
So the reason why I said nothing is because people are going to do what the hell they want to do. And they don't see bringing a life into this world is all that important. They don't care. They still going to want what they want at the end of the day. So if the person that they laid down with isn't hitting it right the same way that he used to, she don't brush her, she ain't the same size as she once was. She ain't this, or he ain't that, or I'm just not feeling this moment no more. You're going to leave that person, because nobody values the relationship no more. And it doesn't matter. People going to do what they want to do. That's why we can't do shit about it, because until people change their mindset on what bringing a child into this world actually means in regards to the other person, not the kid, the other person, because there's a whole nother person on the other side of that conversation. There's a parent on the other side, and we don't value the other parent. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be real with you. No, we don't value the father. We don't value the father, and that everybody thinks when you talk to women, it's always my kid, and they discard the men all the time. They don't care about discarding them. They don't care. And until women come down and really understand the fact that, hey, that nigga is important, it would never get fixed. Until they value.
I think that mindset's reserved for the men that aren't being good fathers, and I'll just leave it there.
I absolutely agree with everything Casey said, but let's take it back. There is currently an 18-year-old girl that's circulating in the media right now, and I did a video on it because it's so triggering to me how on every blog that I saw that was reporting this story, there were so many women flooded the comments with so much empathy. Even in the video that I made about it, there were so many women saying, well, she shouldn't have, she should still get grace because people's mind don't mature until they're 25. Or you just can't say that she didn't have access to resources, even dealing now with abortions. She just probably felt like, it was a slew of excuses. It was a slew of excuses for her doing a murderous act. You went through with the pregnancy, and then you consciously went somewhere and got rid of this live baby, and the baby was just days old. Like, you didn't exercise any of your options. 18 years old. But on the other hand,
parents.
Hold on, wait. On the other
Right.
hand, what we are seeing is every single time that there is a man who is unaliving his children, unaliving his spouse or significant other, or we see a man who's walking away, this whole story about the man who got 6 baby mamas, there is no form of grace given for whatever that situation is. We heard it and we immediately go to demonize. But in this situation, we didn't have consensual sex. It chose to become a parent, decided that parenting was too hard after having 9 months to prepare for it. Then you sit there and you say, well, maybe she didn't have support, or maybe she didn't have the options, or maybe she didn't. And it's like, what are we doing here? Are we really actually giving the girls the best advice? Because I've seen so many women talk about how it should be okay for her to do OnlyFans if she wants to. Promiscuity is it's okay. It's fine. And nothing's wrong with her. And then when there is some form of a situation that's an extreme, the first thing that we want to do is place trauma on them after encouraging traumatic situations, after enabling bad behavior. And I find it so weird because the most destructive thing that a woman could do is have a baby to try and prove a point. You had the baby because your body can do it. You don't want it. That's bad parenting. That is bad parenting.
I just want to say this to you. This is exactly what you, to a certain degree, were saying about me. You know, I'll talk to one woman and give her grace because I understand her story. But when I go on social media, you already know, if you watch my content, dude, because you said it, the number one thing I talk shit about is women having fatherless babies and not getting married before they have children. So yeah, this is the reason why I go so hard on that, because nobody else on the planet demonizes single mother behavior.
Well,
and
it's not just single mothering. My issue is of the conscious decisions that women are making, children are getting involved in. All of this shit is centered around ego. If I'm being honest, even the babies. A lot of times, even going into a situation where a man is conscious and saying, I was here for the sex, I wasn't here for the responsibility after the sex, we immediately say, that's too bad. You're going to have a baby. You're going to be a parent. When do you want to celebrate Father's Day, this year or next? And however he responds to that, if he's there, he's there. He's supposed to do what he's supposed to do. If he's not there, it's immediately, why y'all mad at the parent who stayed? But the parent who stayed is sitting there socially abusing them children. They're emotionally abusing them children. They're taking everything out on them children. That's bad parenting altogether. But the parenting is not just the issue. It's all of the other bad behavior that is the domino effect from the start of them dealing with mommy issues too.
Her choice of a baby daddy before
like all
the
of that
child was
stuff is okay.
conceived. I agree.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. Before the kids even get here. But that is bad parenting. When you have a child to prove a point and you have a child to sit there and say, you know, your body can do it, and you don't believe in all of these extra contraceptives and incentives, the idea is women like raw sex just as much as men do. A lot of them are not telling a man slip on no rubber. They're not doing it. And a lot of them don't know the bodies their way that they claim that they do either, because these babies are just not coming up out of nowhere. But Alan was absolutely right. For a woman to sit there and impose her trauma, when you intentionally bring a child into a gamble of this man may not be around, you are a bad parent. And I stand on that.
Paris, I just want to add this part to it. Bad parenting doesn't start when you have a baby. Bad parenting starts before you have the baby. The type of man that you lay down with, the type of things that you're actually doing in your life. If you live in the hood and you have a baby, you are a bad parent, even if the dad is there, because you live in the hood. So you're bringing this child into a bad environment. So bad parenting, mainly what I talk about, begins when the woman and the man is in the bed sleeping together. That's what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, when the man in the video just said, when a woman says, when a mother says, I did the best I could, no, the hell y'all didn't, because Look at our dads. Look at your kid's father. Y'all did not do the best y'all could because y'all kids' father, just like the rest of our fathers, were bums.
You speak for your own daddy. My daddy was a great man.
Anyway, I want to talk on what Trev said, because I thought he asked an important question when he was saying what the solution is. And I think a lot of times we like to frame the conversation around morality. And I feel like what's really important is that we focus it on economics and incentives, right? So I think if we really want to change the problem, what's really necessary is we have to pick politicians and lobby for policies that revoke economic privileges and programs for single motherhood. I feel as though if we literally just attack the funding that's available for single motherhood programs, I feel like you remove that funding and then you reallocate that funding to support nuclear families. So the tax benefits, all those benefits that are going to single moms, make those tax benefits for families, and you'll find people getting married and having families overnight. Everything is about incentives and economics, and I feel like the current system incentivizes women to not listen to a man. It incentivizes them to be single mothers. There's a lot of financial support out there for single mothers. So we have to really use, like, a lot of time we always talk and have these conversations, but I think as a community, we really have to start taking advantage of the political process. You can write your senators, you can write your representatives, you can get with law groups and write laws and submit them and lobby them. We can put our money literally behind lobbying these programs. So I feel like that's really what it's going to take. It's eventually going to take people to put their money where their mouth is and start actually getting in the political process to attack the actual policies that are incentivizing this behavior. Because society often follows the law and the incentives. If I tell you that you're going to get a tax credit for buying an SUV, guess what's going to happen? People are going to start buying SUVs. If I tell you you're going to get a tax credit for buying an EV, guess what? You're going to start buying EVs. So we got to start using policy.
Well, the thing is,
hey, bro.
The reason why I don't completely agree with you is because if we're specifically talking about Black women, a lot of them lack the education around certain programs to even participate in them. That's one. And then we're not even talking about the redlining. But even in that particular situation, what a lot of people were aware of was Roe versus Wade being overturning. Even with Roe versus Wade being overturning, this hasn't alleviated the problem of women still feeling the need to weaponize their womb over a man. That hasn't stopped. That hasn't fear-mongered women out of saying there are no resources allocated to you to get rid of your mistake. And even with that being an option off the table now, even with knowing that you could possibly be fined in certain states or even jailed for going to get a plan B, or you can't even track your period in the event that you may have a miscarriage. And that could be potentially putting you in a court situation, fighting for your life. We have seen it happen. First place it happened was in Texas. This was hitting the news left and right for the first year. Roe versus Wade overturned. That has not scared women, even with the allocated resources. What you will hear other women say is, don't have no kids. You will hear women tell women, do not have no children. And it has literally slowed down Black women specifically having more babies. But even with women saying don't have no kids, you know what women do? They still go sleep with a man who may or may not be a gambler of a good father, and they still have the damn kid, even knowing Roe versus Wade was overturned, even knowing that $50 they can't afford it. And the kids are expensive.
Look, that's fair, but Roe versus Wade is one law, right? Like, so you're talking about Roe versus Wade, and I'm talking about we got to attack multiple levels. We're talking about WIC programs. You're talking about food stamp programs. You're talking about restructuring an entire system. During the feminist movement, there were a lot of systems created to incentivize behavior, and we have to dismantle.
Why can't you let him land like you just took forever to land your plane? Why can't you let anybody land? You're not more significant.
One of y'all talk to me.
During the feminist movement, a lot of systems were created that are incentivizing the very behavior we're seeing now. We have to dismantle those systems, and the only way to do it is the same way those systems got in place. There was a time where people like Margaret Sanger, right, were creating organizations and lobbying and getting into the curriculum and infiltrating, education systems for the sole purpose of making their vision come true. The reality is that as a community, we have to be willing to do the same thing. We have to be willing to plot 20, 30, 40, 50 years ahead and do the same thing they did. Infiltrate the school systems, slowly change the laws, and have our own agenda, which we're willing to spend money and lobby to make our agenda happen. The problem is that we have an agenda, that we have a common ground, but we're not actually using the system. We're not using the system to make it happen. We're just talking about it amongst ourselves and thinking that
hold on,
having
one
this
at a time, one at a time.
Are not the ones who
by
are
having this
benefiting
conversation,
from that.
we think that by having this conversation,
One at a time, one at a time, one at a time.
so I wasn't done. So like I was saying, we think that by just having this conversation and having awareness that's enough, but we actually have a government, like we have an entire system that if we actually infiltrate it the right way and use it, we can actually direct change. Like more than just talking, like laws can actually change based off where you put your money. We have the power to choose the council members. We have the power to choose mayors. We have the power to choose the police chiefs. We have the power to choose the judges. But are we actually going to get involved in the process and really pick the people who are fighting for our agenda, or are we just going to keep going with whatever's being advertised as the right way to go? I don't think
we have to do.
But I don't think
if there's a
answer.
politician,
we got to shut a mic, y'all. We got to shut a mic.
That would lobby against single motherhood. In I think in about 4 different countries, single motherhood is actually against the law. If we make single motherhood against the law, see, I understand what you're saying, Cloud Jones, but there's something called Title 4D that makes the government billions of dollars per year, right? And that is the child support, the way that is all put together. But that ain't going to go nowhere. But if we could turn around and make single motherhood illegal, where if a woman has a fatherless baby, that child instantly gets taken away from the mother and goes into the foster care system. Now it would force women, because the foster care system makes money too. So it would still make them money, but it would take the child away from the mother. Now women would be like, yo, I don't want my child taken away from me. But the company, the government, which is a company, the United States of America is a business, they still will make money because it's still gonna be stupid ass women still doing it. So the more children, newborn babies going into the foster care system will actually help the government. And next thing you know, they will still get their money and we'll stop these dumbass women from having babies.
Well, how does that work out for the
So look, real quick.
We get Trev in there.
All right. So with the Roe v. Wade situation, right? It wasn't entirely overturned. They left it up to the states. So in my opinion, it's a way bigger picture than a lot of people look at it, because the red states can't delete their babies while the blue states still could. And if you ask me, that's by design. We're going to leave that alone, right? But Clout Jones is definitely on one when we're talking about changing the politics, right? And one of the stupidest things that we do is we wrap ourselves up into the Democratic Party for years, right? For years. That's just all we do. And what we have to understand is that Democrats are not going to help us because they know they got our vote. And Republicans are not going to help us because they know they don't have our vote. So guess what? The people, if you pay attention to elections and you look at the states that they go pay attention to the most, are the swing states, right? The people whose vote that they don't know they have. So in all reality, I'm not saying go red, go blue. I'm saying go nothing, right? And say, all right, well, who's going to bring something to us? Who is going to bring something to the table for us? And then we will see what type of policies we can change that will benefit us directly, because other groups go to the table with policies that they have that they want passed and they get it done, or you won't have their vote.
Oh, hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm just trying to shut the mic a little bit. Lady Di, you got something on that?
I was going to say, to Clout's point, I agree with changing the policies, but at the end of the day, like right now, even if you change the policy, the mindset's still the same. So they're gonna find other ways to do whatever it is that they want to do. So it's not gonna change right now. Now, I think maybe 20 years from now, you have these policies that you're saying, yes, they would change, and for the new upbringing, right, the kids that we have right now, and the kids in the in the future, they can look at these policies and be like, okay, well, if I do this, this is the result of it, or this is the consequence. I think for the future, that's great, but it's not going to change right now. It's not going to do a damn thing. People are very creative, and they will find different ways to achieve any type of toxic behavior, because it's just your mind. And like I said, it goes right back to parenting. So that's another way to change policies and parenting. You got to raise kids properly. Don't just be having kids because you want to dress them up, or you want to, oh, I have a son and wow, look at this. I'm gonna raise a strong man. You can't raise a strong man without the dad. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like the mind is weird. So you got to make sure that you are stable minded and understand what a family dynamic is supposed to look like. It is very natural for the mother biological, father biological to raise their kids. It's unnatural when it's separated. This is just what happens in society, but it's unnatural. So we got to try to make sure that our children know to kind of, pick right, vet better, that type of stuff. Because it is true. You have to do that regardless. Even when you pick your job, you have to make sure you like the job, you like the benefits. Can you see yourself here long enough? Are you a business owner? Do you want to make sure you have a business in this state or that state? You have to look at everything. So it is vetting in all type of areas. But you have to make sure that all of these things are in place. So when you are raising these kids, they know how to have a better life than, let's say, we had.
All right, I'm going to go to Precious and then Fantasy. And then Casey.
I
got you. Let me just circle up.
Short and sweet. I think that as long as there's mothers and as long as there's fathers, there's going to be mommy and daddy issues. Period. I think that we have to be honest with ourselves, be real with ourselves a lot sooner. I think that we get stuck in cycles where we feel like we don't know what's going on, but we do. We just don't want to take the time to get back down to ground level and figure out how to fix us, not the people around us, but us as people. And I think that, not a lot of people do that inner work. They'll go and buy the kids all these clothes, shoes that are crazy expensive, haircuts, hair done every 2 weeks, where you're still the same parent. Time has gone on, you haven't changed yourself. So I think as parents, and you get away from community when you don't know who you are either. And so then the community turns on each other because everybody's bleeding on people that didn't cut them. So we have to get to a place where we're honest about our own healing and stop worrying about our neighbor. we got to sweep around our own front door before we try to sweep around somebody else's, right? That's how the song goes. So I think we have to really be honest with that. Stop worrying about other people and worry about yourself, but come out of those cycles a lot sooner, because women will have baby after baby after baby and then have all these complaints about men, or all these complaints about their family, or all these complaints about everybody else except for themselves. And they done slept and opened their legs 4 or 5 times. You can't blame anybody else, not even the man. You can only blame yourself for your idiotic cycles. And so the longer that people go through with these cycles, the longer you're going to continue to bleed on people that didn't cut you. So worry about yourself, heal yourself, do the groundwork first. Do that first, because changing policies and things like that, that's going to affect a lot of people. But is it really, I think Lady Di said it, people are going to find loopholes. They're going to find ways to get out of it. So you really gotta, you really have to worry about yourself.
All right, let me go.
I just want to add one thing. Like, why is it that when we talk about changing the political system, we always say, "Oh, people gonna find loopholes," right? But then when we look at like the other ethnic groups of people who changed the system we live in under now is because groups of people have been consciously implementing changes over time. even if you look at the LGBT community, they've been consciously infiltrating society to make their agenda come to fruition. And they're only like 5% of the population and have been able to have a huge impact. So how can we sit here and talk about, oh, people are going to figure out what they want? We're literally living in, all right, I'm going to give you an example. I do a program with colleges, right? The program that I do with these colleges, we have to teach these students about respecting pronouns and things like that. So you got to look at this, right? Transgender people are not even 10% of the population and have so much impact that schools are now requiring their students to learn about gender identity politics. But here we are saying, oh, people are going to come up with loopholes. No, incentives work. Incentives work. If you create,
Casey goes next.
Accurately predict and influence human behavior. That's what economics is all about. Human behaviors. All we have to do is study, figure out what the right incentives are, and implement policies that will incentivize the change that we want. This is how marketing works. They know exactly how to write a hook and how to incentivize you to buy a product. That's all it is. It just takes time and effort. And we keep making excuses and saying, oh, people are going to do what they want. Of course, some people will. But once you implement something with a certain level of efficiency, they'll have no choice. It's like what Mr. Letgo was saying, right? If it was illegal to be a single mom, you really think women are going to keep being single moms? Absolutely not. It doesn't make sense. And guess what? If there was a system where the foster care took their children, those children would no longer be forced to grow up with single moms because they'd be in a foster home with two parents. So that's a perfect. With two parents, exactly.
Homes
Casey
aren't
goes
always two
next.
parents.
Casey goes next.
A lot of them are actually single.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. It's fantasy, Casey, and Sweeney. Hold on.
Fantasy goes next.
Yeah, I just want to just kind of get people involved. Then I'm opening back up again. I just want to get the people that haven't been speaking too much. Go ahead, fantasy, then Casey and Sweeney.
Thank you. So I believe the mommy issue situation, I agree with a lot of what Clout Jones is saying. Except I don't believe that we should stop there. I don't believe that we should be trying to take away the systems and give them to somebody else. I believe that we should have systems for both, because we know that even though the majority of people want to have relationships and maintain those, there are some people that do not want to have a relationship and they still would be arguably a good mother. So I don't believe they should be taken out of the pool for people that can take care of kids, because there's a lack of good mothers, like you guys have pointed out. I also believe that when we're trying to decide what's best for everyone, it's problematic because we know there's so many different nuances to other people's situations. So my husband is a stepfather to my kids. They call him dad. And he's building a relationship with them as a father figure. I'm a stepmother to his kids, his daughters, and we're building a relationship as a mother figure. I'm going to try everything in my power not to give them mommy issues, but now they have somebody else that is a mother figure that could traumatize them. So you have to imagine all the people that are feeding into somebody, and then think about the way that they turn out, why did they make this turn, and how we as a society can notice these things and help. Because a lot of times we're like, oh, this isn't my family, this isn't my business, and we miss all the red flags that could have caught these things falling through the loop. So I believe we are very selfish as a society. We should be more united, village to raise a child type of thing. And we should have more grace for people that don't have a partner, whether it's from widowing or divorce.
Go ahead, Casey.
Fantasy Island girl, we think differently, and I don't try to sway you in my way of thinking, but why would you want a child to come into the world with one parent? I don't care how good of a mother you are. That's not a situation that, if you are a good mother, you should want your child to not come into this world in a deficit.
Thank you.
So
I understand, but those women don't see it as that.
It's selfish. It's selfish to say, I'm going to be a good mom, so I want to bring a child into this world, and I don't need anybody else. Newsflash: if you're going to be a good mother, you want your child to have the best situation possibly, a clean, safe environment, a mother, a father, right? People don't have villages anymore because everybody is working their behinds off. Nobody is just sitting at home. Even stay-at-home moms are working their behinds off in their own home. They don't have time to look out for your child too, on top of their family and their household too. So you have to have your household set up as whole, not looking for the government, not looking for the neighborhood to help you raise your child and your decision. You want your child to come into this world in a surplus, not a deficit, Fantasy Island girl. Like,
Casey, I don't know why you're speaking to me like I don't understand that. When I do, I just know that there are some people that disagree with you. And that's what I was saying. Some women believe that they have the support system that they need without a man because they've made it this far and they haven't found their man yet. So they have given up on that. They have given up on that search for a man.
So
they have given up on that search.
Those women are stupid
They have
idiots.
given up on that
They
search
shouldn't
for
have
a man.
children.
However,
They're stupid.
Casey, you can believe that. I'm not trying to force you not to believe that. All I'm doing is explaining to you that they have given up on their search for a man, but that doesn't mean that their child doesn't have somebody that would be a father figure in their life. And that doesn't mean that they don't have a village to support them. So I'm saying in those situations, I understand. And I don't think we should take children away from those situations because we have far greater situations that are actually in dire situations like alcoholic or drug addicted parents
No
raising
woman
children.
needs to
You get what I'm
be
saying?
raising a child by herself.
Let
No
me
woman.
I
finish my
understand what you're
point.
saying. That's
Let
why
me
I
finish my point.
included the community.
All right,
So
let
the
Casey.
last point I want to make, I just leave it alone. Let's bring back shame. Let's bring back shame, because when I was in middle school, when I was growing up, if somebody popped up with a bump, you know what was going on in everybody's household? Everybody, mom and daddy was like, what is this I hear? So-and-so is pregnant. What? You can't hang out with her no more. You can't go. No, you're not going over to her house. No, y'all not going to eat pizza. No, she not noted. That's what it was in my
Make that shit against
generation
the law.
in middle school and high school, right? Let me tell you something. When I go to the gym now, in a predominantly white gym with I'm not working with my kids. I take them to the gym every day. The first thing I see the other mothers do when I'm with my children is look down at my left ring finger. It is their culture. It is everybody's culture. They can't even help it. They look, if they see anybody with children, the first thing they do is look down at their left hand, because it is ingrained in them as women that you are supposed to be a wife before you are a mother.
Hold on, Casey.
Some women
don't know what the left ring finger means.
Oh, come on, bro.
Wrong.
Some of them don't know what the
We
left
don't-
ring
We
finger means.
don't pour that into our young girls. And I'm gonna say this to Trev's point. Trev said, "What can we do?"
Wrong.
Trev, what am I wrong about?
You're wrong that we don't pour that into our little girls anymore. You're wrong.
Don't nobody talk about
These
no
are the
damn
exceptions and
marriage.
not the rules that you're highlighting.
It's not shameful in churches. It's not shameful in churches anymore to bring children in the world without a husband, and it's not shameful in school anymore amongst our community. That is facts. And what we need to do is make sure that there are programs within school and outside of school within our community that teaches our young girls that self-esteem, making sure that you have confidence in yourself and you're not laying down and opening your legs for anybody. If they don't have a father in their home, like Trump said, what can we do? We need to implement, going back to Clark Jones' point, we need to implement programs and have political policies that are a safety net to make sure that these kids are getting something in somewhere and getting some type of advice if they're not getting it at home.
Casey, I'll do you one better.
I
I'll go
agree
even
with that
further
part.
and say that we should start doing it to our women peers. We should start reinforcing shame amongst our women peers when we see them consciously involved with men who do not have a good reputation whatsoever, and men who cannot substantiate a safe lifestyle for them or a secure lifestyle for them. We need to start actively making a divide and actively making them uncomfortable. We have to stand on, stop saying that's her life, she can do what she want to do, because you're enabling the destruction. And then you're inadvertently teaching your children that they're affiliated with them, that if I take this route, it's okay. We have to stand on that. We have to be able to stand up to other women and say, you know what? You're fucked up. the way you think about this situation and the way you're handling this situation is not only a detriment to you, it's a detriment to those children. And I'm not going to be a part of the community that you have to rely on to help you fix this mistake because you chose to make this decision and be a bad parent.
I think you guys are
I don't
absolutely
understand
having the wrong mindset, and that's why we're in
I'm
the
such a
situation that
great
we're in
person.
today.
No,
Because a lot
the
of us feel like
self-righteousness
we're
to
not going to
say
help
as
you when you
black
mess
women,
up. We're not going to help
how
you
are
when you
you?
mess up. So you're just
How
going to
are
have to
you?
struggle. And all these struggling kids are out here doing crazy things. So instead of us saying, oh, don't have any type of help for these women that are obviously struggling, we see that, we should say, this is the bottom part of our society that we need to make sure doesn't get out of control. So we need to teach them the things that we want as a society. They're not going to learn it in that household, obviously, with that girl who doesn't think like us. Where are they going to learn it from? The community. If we outcast them, they won't learn it from anyone. They'll just be a menace to society.
It's
We have
not
to
talking
stop that
about
mindset. It's very
outcast.
selfish.
It's not talking about outcasting. It's
Yes,
right
that's
and
exactly what
wrong.
Paris
It's
described.
right and
It's
wrong
what she said if you
for a
didn't
woman,
hear that.
for a woman,
That's exactly
for a
what we
woman to
described.
be self-righteous and say,
That's
"Oh my
exactly what
God,
she described. I didn't put words in your mouth. I didn't put
did.
words in your mouth.
Ladies, you mind if I add something? Hold on.
Don't mean I can't repeat
You
myself.
said
I'm
we're
very
not going to
Come on,
help you.
y'all.
You
Stop.
said we should not help
Goddamn.
them.
Stop.
And I mean
Stop.
Ladies, no.
Exactly. So that's the same thing I
Come
said.
on, Kyle, Sweeney next, Sweeney next.
Stop.
Sweeney next.
Okay, so
Stop.
stop pretending you didn't say it.
All right,
Stop.
Sweeney, go ahead, Sweeney.
Hey.
Go ahead, Sweeney. Go ahead, Sweeney.
You yelling don't make it no better, Mr. Lego. You
Stop
sound like one of
pretending
us
you didn't
somebody.
say
Well,
it. If
y'all
you
shut
did,
up
why are you
then.
upset? Relax.
Damn.
Sweeney.
I'm
Go
not
ahead,
the
Sweeney.
one upset at all.
Oh my
Shut
God.
up.
Well, stop cutting him
Y'all.
off, please.
Go
You're
ahead,
being
Sweeney.
rude then if you're not
You
upset.
Ladies,
like keep
ladies,
talking.
Stop.
ladies.
What are you
Ladies.
talking about? Everyone
Ladies,
can see you.
ladies, ladies, come on, y'all. Work together.
God damn.
Go ahead,
Sweeney.
Sweeney.
Damn, so much. To address a couple things. One, we don't make laws to try to cover every single nook and cranny or every single decision or whatever in society. You can't cover everybody with any single law. That's the reality. So when we're talking about a community that's in a dire that we're living in an epidemic of single parent households, you have to create laws that's going to incentivize people to get married or not have kids at all. And what I mean by that is because I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Lego's idea that we should take the kid away.
What?
The reason why I say that is because all that's going to do is put that kid in a particular situation where we're still putting the responsibility on the government to take care of that kid. No, the reality is, and I'm sorry that, and I get what Fantasy is trying to say, but the reality is, fuck that kid and their mama. That's the reality. You want to come out here and make the dumbass decision to say, I can make this baby if I want to, then yeah, you don't get no help. You don't get no resources. Because the people who should be getting the resources are the families that actually
People who
formulate
did the right
families,
thing.
are the ones that get married and trying to do it the right way.
Yep.
So yeah, they may fall on hard times. They deserve the help, not people out here who feel like, oh, I don't need the man so I can make a baby on my own. You don't deserve the help because you decided to do it the way you wanted to do it. You didn't want to do it the way that we know it works. Does it work for everybody? No, but we know for the vast majority of kids, growing up in a two-parent household yields great results. And that's the law. That's what we should be getting when it comes to, that's the laws we should be creating, is incentivizing creating two-parent households. If you don't want to do it, if you want to go out there and make a baby on your own and go, then you're going to go it alone. You don't need, like, I'm tired of us trying to make the community responsible for people's badass decisions.
And let me add a caveat to what you said, Sweeney. This ain't official, but it's really common sense. As far as adoption goes, there's millions of people, whether they're gay, lesbian, or either there's a married couple that can't have children who want children. So if it's a newborn baby that just got taken from a mother, that baby is going to easily go to a married family, like, quickly. You know what I'm saying? The younger the child is, just like the younger a child is, the higher the propensity of them, being adopted. Nobody, I'm not gonna say nobody, but fewer people want an 8-year-old versus a 6-month-old. You know what I'm saying? So a child that just got taken from their mother, one, isn't traumatized yet, and two, would easily be taken up by a married couple that can't have children, or a gay or lesbian couple.
You know what? And I see what you're saying, Mr. Lego. The thing is that
just imagine a waiting list, and people are like, "Yo,
there
I
are
want a child."
391,000 children in foster care in the U.S. right now. 391,000. So you're advocating for adding to that overwhelming number
is what you don't understand.
just because they're a single mother.
Yes.
Do you see how ridiculous? Do you see how the system is already overstretched, and we're going to add more?
Fantasy, you got to let somebody else have the conversation.
What are you talking about? I am letting somebody else have the conversation. I jumped in one part. I asked him one question. I'm gonna let him respond.
A woman raising a child, that's foster care to a certain degree in itself. The child is screwed up being with her.
And the thing is,
that child ain't got no daddy.
And the thing,
that's almost like foster care right there.
And the thing is that, and I know a lot of people saying, "Oh well, if you say F the kids, it's going to create bad kids." Yes, and there's a place for bad kids. We got one for you. So if you want to come out here, so if you want to come out here and make a child by yourself, then you go it alone. There is no incentive. There is no community behind you, because that's the problem right now. We put an entire community behind people making terrible decisions. And I get it. Hey, that kid may break into my house one day. Well, I got a place for you if you do.
I just want to
listen. We also forget that we can incentivize. We can also incentivize redemption, right? I think that's something that we're overlooking. So, for example, there were times where, let's say, a young lady who was pregnant and didn't know who the father was, she couldn't show up to church. But if she got married, then the church would be right behind her, helping her with the wedding, helping her find a place to stay, showing them the support. So it's not like we can't incentivize doing the right thing as well. Those same single mothers that are out here having children, yeah, they could get that support if they decide to get married, if they decide to reconcile with their child's father and raise their kids the right way. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, according to parents, that won't work, because once you're a whole or a single mother, you're stuck.
When I was saying earlier, talking about the programs and the WIC and all of that, I do absolutely think that we put too much into government assistance. And could those memorandums be changed? Possibly, but I don't see that being the thing now, that even if Black people got behind it, because white people are the ones who benefit from it mostly now. And we know that anytime that there is something that is a threat to them and their survival, they're going to find the loopholes in order to navigate that situation. So right now, Black women are not the ones who are primarily benefiting off of government assistance. We're not. And even now, Black women are not the ones who are constantly having babies at an overpopulated rate. Even with Planned Parenthood, or even with Roe versus Wade, we were the ones who were having the highest form of abortion. I'm not saying that what you're saying as far as policy and things shouldn't be taken into consideration. I think that's absolutely something we definitely need to start talking about more. And we absolutely need to start trying to push the voting and the policies more. But in retrospect, you're talking about integrating a system that wasn't made for us. And you're talking about doing it widespread.
All right, but here's the thing, right? You're talking about what Black women are doing, right? Black women are the ones, though, who are swinging the votes. Black women always love to brag and say that we're the ones. Our vote is what got Trump out, and that got Biden and Harris accepted, right? So we love to acknowledge the power of the Black female vote, but now all of a sudden, Black women don't have no power in the system. That's cap.
No, I never said that. I never said we have no power.
A lot of the policies that are destroying the Black family, right, were implemented and were supported by the Democratic parties, for example. If you really check the stats, Black women overwhelmingly support Democrats.
Well, no, I think you missed what I said.
Pushing these votes over the edge.
I'm not talking about voting power. I'm not talking about that. What I said was, I was very specific. I said, when it comes to the things that you were talking about dismantling, such as WIC, such as food stamps, such as Medicaid, Medicare, at this present time, Black women are not the ones who are primarily benefiting from it. We're not the ones who are the main ones that getting the benefits. Those specific specific benefits.
This isn't just a black woman problem. This is an America problem.
Although you're saying, hey, it does not matter, what I'm saying is, and I'm not saying that this can't be dismantled. I'm not in disagreement with you with reinforcing policy. My degree is in poli-sci with a concentration in pre-law. What I'm saying is, you're asking for us to integrate a system that at this very time is benefiting white people. Could we swing the votes? Absolutely. But that would have to start at a very lower scale, because widespread, the idea of removing Social Security, the idea of removing WIC, the idea of removing food stamps, that's not something that is in place for the federal government. That is a state thing. So I have no issue with what you're saying is
we're the ones.
I have no issue with what you're saying to remove it. But what I'm saying is that really something that is affecting black women and incentivizing them to have children at this moment? I don't think that's the issue.
This is the thing. We're the ones that are picking the representatives who create and choose these policies. So if we want different policies, we have to use our voting power to pick different representatives, ones that support the policies we want. It's as simple as that. We can't continually support policies that destroy our community and then say, "Oh, the system wasn't designed for us." The system was, which is why they use our vote. If our vote didn't matter, they wouldn't give a crap about it. They care about the vote because they know it gets them in power to do what they want to do. So it's just all about incentivizing these politicians and picking the right ones and getting active in the process. There's no excuse to not be active in the process.
All right.
We got to start winding it down, y'all. We are down to the last few minutes. Let's just try to keep it 1 minute and then let nobody respond. Let's just go ahead and wrap it up so I get to these super chats.
I was gonna say to Sweeney's point about, I guess, quote unquote, not giving a crap about the kid and the mom. I agree to that to a certain extent, only because even if you give the child up, or they take your child, I should say, and put them in the foster care system, or as someone they want to adopt that child. These kids still, what do they do when they get older? They go try to find their biological parent. Giving them a replacement doesn't really change the way how they think and their traumas with that. So it's still kind of dangerous. Yeah, you're giving them a better life, but then they're still suffering because they don't have their natural parent with them. So it's kind of like, if you continue to I guess foster the situation and just like, okay, yeah, we're going to give you all of these things you can do. You're a single mom. Yeah, great. Let me help you out. It's not going to help anything. It's just making it worse. And I think that, the mothers who are maybe suffering from addiction and maybe have some type of mental illness, maybe in that sense, because now we're considering that dangerous, then maybe, yeah, sure, you can, try to give that child up for adoption. But as far as just regular adults and you're just making wrong decisions, then you need to deal with it. And your child just going to have to suffer. When he gets older, he'll just have to figure it out, just like the rest of us.
Trev, you want to say something? And close.
Yeah, I'm completely for the policy situation because, like we all said earlier, people are going to find ways to do what it is that they want to do. So we have to take out a lot of these safety nets that we have right now. Like Paris was saying, we need to bring shame back. But no matter how you spin it, we're going to have to take action. And Lady Di mentioned it, it's not going to be right away. But what change was right away? This regression that we've had has absolutely taken, decades to get like this. We weren't this horrible as a society. It took decades to get like this, where we just really stopped caring, and it's getting worse and worse. You could just look at your social media influencers, your artists, everything else from how we started. Let's just take out the females who we uplift. Like if we started with like MC Light, right, or Queen Latifah, then you see you start seeing Lauryn Hill, you start seeing Missy Elliott, and then you start getting just a little bit lower. You start seeing who's popular. You're talking about Cardi B, you're talking about Megan Thee Stallion, and now we have an even worse level where it's like Sukiyana, Sexy Red, where it's just worse and worse. And these are the people who we uplift. These are the people who are pushed to the forefront and say, hey, all right, this represents the young women, and these are who the young women are looking up to and paying attention to. So yeah, we're gonna have to spin this around at some point. We need to do another 180 because we're going downhill fast. And unless we take action, like I always say, police ourselves, right? Shaming, policies, whatever it is that we can do, we have to try to make some type of a difference, because if not, our children are going to suffer. And that's the main problem. This is why I speak. This is why I'm invested in it, because I have children and they will likely have children. And that's who we need to be concerned about. It's bigger than us. It's about our children and what are their futures going to be like. If they just imagine another generation down, what they're going to have to be dealing with. We got to stop it somewhere. And we can't just say defeat it. We can't say F them. We can't say it's not going to happen. We have to do something about it. It's our civic duty to do something about it. We can't just watch it happen.
Let me get to these super chats right quick. Duke Whitfield 499 says, only what men and black women get the mental illness and trauma reference when referring their bad behavior and troubles. Marcus Evans says, thank you, Precious. Marcus Evans, talk your ish. Precious, she just a haymaker. Fire emoji. Let go. These kids will put you in jail. Shaking my head. Let go. These eyes read them. Ready? They confuse taking accountability and taking responsibility. Marcus Evans, Mr. Let Go, you do realize you're giving women power by calling them children. It takes away the responsibility and accountability for what they do. Man, F that grace-ish. Come on, bro. Let Go is a woman in a man's body. Mr. Let Go, you don't crap on women that you know, but you call them all children. Sometimes you just got to say it out loud. I effed up. You have to learn to take the L. When you fully accept the L, you learn. Look back and laugh. F Brittany, F her Grace, and anyone who supports her is the same as her. Let's stop goofy-ish, bro. This is crazy. Keep holding it down, Sweeney. Casey, you asked a great question and dropped a bomb. Oh my God. Casey, you're preaching right now. It's crazy because kids reach maturity overseas at 10, not 25. Only in the West, we coddle grown-ass people. Paris, clap emojis. Shout out. Hot Boy Clout, Trev, Sweeney, Chocolate Precious. Heart emoji, Lady Di, Casey, and Paris. Love all your points. Just y'all, though. Salute, JR. Caesar Palace, $5 says, don't say anything, Mr. Let Go. Women have things called safe havens. It means you can drop a baby off anonymously, no strings attached, and leave. Marcus Evans $5 says, you know that. I got to say this, and I don't care what any woman feels. We need to stop giving grace to women who engage in bad behavior, period.
Exactly.
Roe versus Wade was a lie, and the lady said that. Fanny Ellen girl, you do the same thing to everyone else and do goofy-ish to everyone else. Stop it. Thank you, Precious. Saying you one, safe sex, a woman's responsibility. Patrice O'Neill. Clout, LGB have white men included in this group. LGBTQ uses sympathy as a good way to further their agenda and getting laws passed, as many people in high positions have family in that community. Talk to her soul, Casey. Keep preaching. Thank you. Bring back shaming. No successful community anywhere uplifts, degenerates. The F are you talking about, Fantasy? Your mindset is very dangerous, Fantasy Island girl. Time for the black community to separate their people. Brother Sweeney, you're 1,000% right. F them kids. Marcus Evans again, 80 million of their melanated children have been deleted since the 60s or 70s. I want to thank everybody for contributing to the platform. It was a rough one today, man. HR has already reached out. I see some people have been emailing him. So just, I guess, expect some calls tomorrow, and we'll see how to go from there. Some people might have to do some community services weekends, but that's to be determined. It's not up to me. So if you're in Texas, I feel for you. And it'll probably be hot out there. And they don't know how to drive, too, in Texas. So if you're on the side of that highway, expressway, I don't know what y'all call it in Texas, but y'all just be careful out there when y'all pick up that trash. I don't think HR is playing today. So, man,
We'll be better next time, I promise.
Okay, I guess we'll see. We'll see. I guess we all be feeding children come Labor Day, huh?
No.
No. Look, Sweeney gonna try to slide one in. He gonna say something. He gonna start talking about the topic again.
Why we gotta end it right now, man? We all here.
Okay, if you want to leave, you go. Go ahead and leave. Like I'm gonna go ahead and hang around with Sweeney for a little bit. But if y'all,
can I say this one point?
Yeah, I know it's always one point. What y'all say? That's y'all.
5 hours later.
The chat on fire right now. Shoot.
Larry Elder was preaching exactly what Cloud Jones and Trevor talking about when it comes to policy, who we have in power, and also looking within our own community. And the Breakfast Club tried to make a fool and a clown out of him, which really the joke was on the Breakfast Club, not on Larry Elder.
Yeah.
Not on Larry Elder.
Yeah.
And our community needs to wake up, and we need to stop looking at everybody else to fix our own problems. We have to grab a hold of our own community. We can't wait for nobody else to do it. And when people speak up and have more conservative views, the first thing we want to do is call him Uncle Tom, and he's simping for the white man, and he coon dancing and monkey shining. But it's not really what it is. We are going down a fast slope. And we need to stand up as a community and stop this downhill spiral that we're going down, because it's going to get bad for the next generation. But it's a lot of us that are scared. It's a lot of us that are scared to have more conservative views. It's a lot of us that are scared to call our community out. We'll get on these platforms and these panels and talk about Black community relationships, but when we're talking about Black community problems and our community as a whole, we don't want to get demonized by the liberal left or what most people say. Up and say what's right, because somebody has to do it.
You should say what's right, but that does not excuse you from not helping, because it's funny how you said we have to be a community, but we were so quick to be ready to throw away the single mothers 2 seconds ago.
Oh, we're throwing their asses away.
Very contradictory for us to think that we're going to be a united front and then try to pick and choose who in the community gets kicked out. That's a large amount of people. Why can't you let me land my plane like I let you land yours, Casey? You don't have to talk over me. I did not cut you off. I waited for you to land. That's a lie.
Okay, y'all. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors.
You made a statement, and
I made a statement, and I wasn't finished with what I was saying, so you can be patient like I was.
Don't make it.
You can be patient like I was. The point is, a lot of times we want to point out that we need to be united front.
Y'all, they can't hear us. They can't hear us.
We always point out that we need to be united front. Be a community, be a community, and then we want to say, we're not going to do that because you messed up. You're out of the community. You messed up. You're out of the community. And if your child run up in my house, I'm gonna shoot him down. You're not pushing the same message. It's contradictory.
You're not talking to me, because everything
I'm talking to you specifically.
Okay,
you're not talking to me. Number one, I respect you on this platform, but if you're going to call my name out, make sure you saying what I said was correct. I'm the one that brought up having community programs for children that don't have 2-parent households. I also spoke on women making the conscious decision to bring a child into this world without a father being wrong. I never talked on throwing single mothers away.
You said back in the day they told us to not hang out. All right, I'll wait.
I said bring back shame is what I said. That's what I said.
You also said back in the day.
I never talked about none of that. So don't give nobody else argument to Casey, because Casey knows her own points.
You also said back in the day they used to take the women that got pregnant and say, "Oh no, you can't hang out with her. Oh no, you can't help her. Oh no, you can't be her friend." That is also called what? Throwing them away, right?
Ostracizing.
Right? It's ostracizing. Okay, exactly. So don't try to act like I don't understand the concept that you're pushing. I understand the concept very well. You are pushing the concept of ostracizing people that don't fall in line with what you think they should do. If they make a mistake, that's something that you don't think is
in the military.
You want to ostracize them. My argument is we need to remain a community and make sure when somebody is lacking, we build them up. Just like soldiers that are lacking, we build them up. If we cannot build them up, then we are failures as their community leaders. That's what I believe.
Actually, I was the one. Well, I definitely said we should throw
Thank
him
you,
away.
Sweeney.
Yeah, and
I'm
you
gonna say,
also heard she said it too.
I'm gonna explain
You
why.
also heard her say it too.
I'm gonna explain
Ladies,
why.
let Sweeney finish.
Because we should rally around those who actively make the right decisions. I'm not saying that we shouldn't rally around. Like, for instance, if a woman gets married and and her husband decides to leave her, yes, we should rally around that woman. Yes, we should rally around people in the community that decide to make the best decisions first. I don't agree that we should rally around people that actively and purposely make bad decisions and then say, "Oh, now we have to look out for them." Because the thing is that I don't have no feeling for people who make terrible decisions. Then want the community to come behind it and then fix your shit. I'm not. I'm not for
but
that.
you don't have to. I do. I know that when girls get pregnant and they are struggling as children, the community needs to help them. Whether we were the ones that got pregnant or not, this is a child raising a child. The community will have to help them a lot more than somebody that was responsible and married and had children.
The community don't do anything.
The community is living in the community with this child, whether they are helping the child or not.
So what?
When this child is terrorizing your community, what do you want? Do
Throw
you want to
his
help
ass
the
away.
child before they get to that
Throw his
point?
ass
Or do
away.
you want to wait until they get to the point they're terrorizing the community
Throw his
and then
ass
want to
away.
throw them in jail? Because
Throw
there's
his
some time
ass
that you
away.
can actually help prevent this, and there's some point where you're like, you know what, I don't care.
prevent
And then
it by
I want to
stopping-
also
you-
feed the prison system.
I have a question. Why do we
Go
wait
ahead,
until the children get here and in a unfavorable situation to start caring about the children? That's
We're
when
not
we
waiting.
start. So the question was rhetorical. And so
we're
what I'm
not.
saying is we have seen this time and time again. We've literally had over 30 years, I would even say 40, to recognize the fact that we're in this situation. And this is a very much so epidemic amongst the Black community, where we have now gotten to the point where, even as Fantasy Island Girl said herself, some Black women are making a conscious decision to have children without the dad even around. And the idea is this mentality has been embedded that the responsibility automatically has to be picked up by the community, regardless of whatever that woman has going on in her personal life. We're picking and choosing when we want these women to have responsibilities. We're literally going in being the cleanup crew for women who are actively making decisions to say, I don't need the dad, and I want the community to support me, but I want to do it contingentally. They cannot discipline my children. They cannot speak to them a certain type of way. But if they have resources, they need to come in and provide them at the means of me being tired, me being stressed, me being depressed, and me not having the all. So I don't like that. We need to stop trying to make it seem like when the children get here, that's when we care so much about we are the children, we are the world, and the children are the future. No, we know that. We have kids here now that we're dealing with. Address it now.
Yeah, I feel like the main problem
Can I
is
give
that
the single mother stats so you guys are aware that it's not mostly just Black women.
I
Around
don't care about the other
half
ones, talk about
of
Black
single
women.
mothers have never been married, and almost a third are divorced. About 2/3 are white, and 1/3 is Black. So I don't understand why we're trying to act like this isn't a problem in the white community. It's just a problem in the Black community.
1/3.
Are we considering that we're 13% of the population?
Yes, we
we're
are.
talking about
It's still a problem.
our whole
2/3.
community, not the 60 million
But to
white.
say that it's just our community is false.
Nobody said that.
Narrative.
We're
She's
not-
saying
no one
it is
said it's
mostly
just
in our
community.
community.
It's
the biggest problem in our community.
You worry about us, our own. You worry about your own house first before you focus on everybody else. Like, we have to worry about and take care of us. We don't have time. We have so many problems.
We
that we need to
are
focus
not a
on.
household.
We can't care about what Hispanics doing, what Indians doing, what Asians doing.
This is such cap. You care about the households of all the Black people all of a sudden?
You know what?
Y'all aren't your brother's keepers. Y'all don't give a fuck.
We don't.
You only care.
We don't.
Exactly. So stop it. We're not
So,
a community
so
that
when I
actually
say
gives
throw
a fuck
them away,
about
we're not
everybody.
doing that.
So why don't you find your group, whether they're Black or
You
white,
all
that
over
actually
the place.
agrees with you? Because you don't care about all Black people. That's
You're
cap.
all over the
Who said we
place.
were supposed
It's
to?
cap.
You all over
You're
the
trying to
place.
say we should be looking out for the Black community. We should be focused
I'm
on the
done with the
things that are in
conversation.
our community, and that's cap.
yeah, because everyone else does. Everyone else takes care of their group.
Everyone else takes care of
I'm gonna
themselves.
be real
My
with you.
head hurt.
And part of
That's
taking care of
cap.
the group is And part of taking care of the group is throwing away the motherfuckers that don't want to do right. Sometimes that's part of it.
Well, I agree with stop
Why do I wanna
rewarding
start
bad
with the
behavior,
single
right?
mothers?
I agree with that. Stop rewarding bad behavior. We have too many safety nets in place for people who make horrible decisions, and your horrible decisions are affecting society, right? So, yeah, I don't think we should reward people for making bad decisions.
I haven't seen any rewards yet.
Rewards?
Yeah, I haven't seen any rewards yet.
Well, there's incentives. There's incentives for that.
It's not
right?
an
Like
incentive to get child support. It is not.
Actually,
People want the father of their children to be in their children's lives. The incentive for them to not give the child up for adoption is we will make sure
Fantasy.
that when you cannot provide for this child yourself, because that's probably not
Fantasy.
realistic,
There are women-
we will
there are-
force this person to at least financially provide for the child.
Fantasy. There
We
are women.
was talking about Brittany Renner tonight.
Hold on, wait.
Getting PJ.
Hold on, wait.
We was talking about Brittany Renner tonight. She literally said it on her social media that she literally was trying to get knocked up by a millionaire basketball team.
What does that have to do
And
with
how
what
to
I
do it.
said?
And how to do
I
it.
didn't say that she didn't.
Hold on, wait.
You
You said there's
There
no
are
incentives.
exceptions. What do you want me to say?
Hold on, wait. Fantasy. Here's the problem with what you just said. There are women right now that purposely try to lower the man's visitation rights in hopes of getting more child support. We know this without a.
No.
You said what?
This. I know. There will always be somebody that will manipulate the system. I
So-
know.
so wait a
There's
minute, so
always
wait a
going to
minute,
be
hold on.
somebody that
Wait
is
a
the
minute,
bad
wait a
egg.
minute,
The
wait a
point
minute.
is we are focused on them and not the majority. The majority of people don't do that. But you guys want to focus on the minority. Why? Focus on the people
majority
that
of who?
actually tried, actually failed in the relationship, actually now have to be single parents. Both of them are trying and they're not succeeding alone.
Who said that those
Instead of the
people were-
minority of people
who
that go
said-
out there trying to have a
who
baby for money.
said-
That's rare.
Who said that those people who actually tried in relationships wouldn't get help?
I didn't say that they wouldn't get help. I said you guys are focused on the people that chose the wrong
I
way, as
didn't
if
focus
that's
on
the
that.
majority of people that are single.
Those are the
And my
people that-
argument
wait,
is that are
wait,
single mothers,
wait.
and my argument is that's
Will
not
you
the
wait?
case.
Will you wait? So when I say throw away the people that decided not to do it the right way, why are you so against me saying that? Because
A
I
hit dog is gonna holler. A hit dog is gonna holler.
Because I clearly said that I have.
I'm
no
not a hit
problem with-
dog. I already had my kids in wedlock. You don't know
Because
me. Don't tell me
I
I'm a
clearly
hit dog.
said-
I just can
on.
understand the concept that I'm speaking on.
Fantasy. I clearly said that it's
Again.
okay to help people who decide to go about it the right way, and if shit don't work out, we can still rally around those people. I.e., if you decide to get married before you have babies, we will rally around you. That's an active decision. You tried to do it. You tried to do it the right way, and there's ways that we can incentivize both parents continuing to be there. I'm saying the people who go out there and make babies for no reason other than I can do it alone. I don't need no man. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make all the worst decisions for the worst reasons. Those are the people I don't mind throwing away. Never did I say that we should throw away people who try to do it the right way. Most people aren't out here. People are out here making babies out of wedlock for no reason other than
I don't think
do it.
anyone in this panel was talking about that fantasy.
I
out
think
here.
that you are mixing in the people that I'm saying are making this decision as a mistake and the people that are making this decision knowing that they are choosing an alternative lifestyle. I think a lot of people
Well,
believe that if you
regardless
are
of what the
in a
reason
household
is,
that is the same sex, you are setting your child up for a disadvantage. I don't agree with those people.
Who said that? If you have
I
a-
said, Sweeney,
Hold
instead
on,
of
wait,
saying
you're
who
putting
said
words in my
that,
mouth.
understand that I said some people believe that you are setting your child up for a disadvantage when you have them in a household that is the same gender. I don't believe that either. I'm saying that even though I'm not in these situations, I can see that the children are still better off with that type of parent than a parent that does not want them, a parent that is forced to be in a situation, or in foster care.
But where did
Both
I
of
say
those
that?
situations
same
are
thing.
better than
here's
that.
here's the problem with that.
Before the other ones.
It's the same. It's going to be the same thing. Like if you have a parent that is the same sex, then you have a parent that don't. I mean, a child that doesn't have it's a single parent household. Then you have an LGBT household. It's going to be the same effect because you still need two parents. And I'm talking about a daddy and a mom, like not a daddy and a mom and a mom. Like you still need two. You need both genders to raise the child because that's who creates the child. It's unnatural to have it the opposite way or don't have, the dad or the mother around. You got to have both. You should have both.
Yeah, I know it's unnatural. And there are a lot of
So-
things that we have to go through in life that are unnatural.
So the thing
I'm
is,
saying that even though, and I'm glad that she agreed that she believes that. So you can understand that I'm just saying, people believe this. I don't. I'm on the other side, and I still don't believe that. I believe that they can be a part of the community in a good, helpful part, as long as they have more help than y'all are trying to give the people that are clear F-ups of society. Like the F-ups for society for me, are the people that are killers and the people that are.
That's not true, bro. What is you talking about?
Everybody
the
else,
point that we're
I
saying,
believe there's redemption for them.
67% of black children are born into a single parent household, right? So that's not even considering the fact when you're talking about after maybe a couple years, a lot of them divorce and everything else. That's a big number, and that's the majority.
So we're
also
throw away 67% of the community? We cannot.
Absolutely.
No,
Absolutely.
we're going to let people know that it will no longer be tolerated, and you will be punished for it.
Absolutely.
And that 67% will reduce dramatically when you know there's no
Already
safety
the
net.
overwhelming majority.
Okay.
How do you think that you and the minority are going to punish the overwhelming majority? Obviously, they should have a system of single mothers working together because they're the overwhelming majority.
Then let
So
them
you
do
can
that.
stump them out.
But the
Then
thing
let 'em
is,
do that.
Obviously, they should be working together and they should be doing what I said.
Then let
the
them
thing
do that.
about the
But
That's
we're not
that's
gonna
not the
help you.
problem though. If they're going to do it on their own, that's cool.
If five women get together and say, well, the system ain't gonna help us, the community ain't gonna help us, so we gonna come together as 5 women and do whatever we do. Fine,
That is
do
a community
you?
of black people.
All right, so
now.
that's not my point. I said we're not gonna help you. I don't care what you
You're
decide.
not going to help them.
But here's the
Us
thing about
as
the
in the
single
government,
mothers, right?
us as in the government, and
Us
then
as in the community. You trying to say we're
the government. That's the
Here's the
only thing
thing
we can.
about
That's the
the
only thing we
single
can
mother
talk about.
There will still be some women who are single mothers by default of them not having a marital status and still be getting support from their dads. The other thing about that is that you have women who have the Sierra Wilson and the Summer Walker effect. They think despite them having children, even though they're watching men say, we don't want this responsibility, we don't like this, they still have found 1 or 2 men who have enabled the idea that there will still be men. There will still be men who want me. There will still be men who will help me. There will still be men that I can leech off of. Majority of these women are still getting some form of additional compensation, even if it's not from the government. And that is from a third party that is not responsible in raising them children, not even the dad. So the idea that the community is not helping them, that's a fad. We see it. We see it. Like the community has always got a hand in helping these badass kids, even when the community is saying, I don't want this responsibility. So even when Dr. Umar said it, he was far off because nobody never turned their back on black kids. We just did as much as we could. We've always done as much as we could. But now with the idea of the gentle parenting and the idea of the child abuse and all these other things, people are just not as engorged into helping the kids with mentorship and, YMCA programs like we normally were. But even when you're talking about the single mothers that are problematic, there are still going to be the women who drop their kids out with their mama versus the women who actually have an active dad that don't want nothing to do with those women. They will filter themselves out. Only the strong will survive.
Yeah, I mean, shit. If 5 women want to get together and do whatever the hell they're gonna do over there in the corner, go do you. Go do you.
You sound like the queen maker.
But what I'm saying is that we shouldn't, as a group, men and women as a group, should not be rallying around single motherhood the way that we have been over the last 4 decades.
They've been our mothers over the past 4 decades.
I don't care if they was grandma's mamas. That don't mean just because my mama did some stupid shit doesn't mean I automatically should support it because I'm a son.
The parent that stayed, you can't ridicule the parent that stayed because they stayed. You shouldn't say anything about the parent that stayed. Why y'all got so many issues with the parent that stayed? Whole time recognize the fact that the parent that stayed had more impact on this childhood trauma. Y'all keep trying to put on every fucking body.
We want everybody.
Yeah, and we want them to try to do it by themselves. And we want to try to take away resources so that they'll be incentivized to find a man. But my belief is these people have made these decisions and a lot of them have tried to correct since then. They're trying to get on their feet. And regardless of the decision they made, they need help now.
Then
We
you
want
should have thought
to
about that
have
before
a
you made the
stronger
baby.
community, so we can't exclude the 67% because we don't agree that they should have had marriage before the baby. You don't see that as a problem of us trying to exclude
Why do we
67%
have
of
to?
us?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, we can agree to disagree
We've
because I
already
think it's
done that.
problematic.
But there
We've
you
already
go.
done that.
You guys
I
go,
think the
man.
only thing about that is that you feel that way because that's your sentiment. Like you at one point was a divorced mom. Doesn't mean that you didn't have assistance.
No, because they haven't shamed me yet. I'm fine.
You have that new reality. You have the new reality of now I have a man. So everything you're speaking to me, it just comes out as projection. It comes out
No,
as
it doesn't because I was never a single. I was never what they described as what's unacceptable.
I did not say your child's father, your children's father didn't help you. And then when you listen to respond, that be the issue. I said, you sound like you're projecting your feelings based off of your reality. Because from the women that I have been around, the women that I see in these constant scenarios on TikTok and Facebook, we have seen time and time again what you're talking about. You are an anomaly, ma'am. It is very rare for Black women to not get only married, but to get married twice and still be able to do that.
I know he's not talking about me because he's talking about people that have never been married. So stop acting like I'm projecting because I'm not. I just understand that I'm in the minority and there is no point in time where we as a minority of the minority have any type of power to throw away the majority. It doesn't make any sense. You guys can stay your ass in the minority of the minority and keep failing. But we in this minority that actually understand that the majority and us are the only way that we're going to succeed as a community. We understand that we need to help each other for us to grow as a community. We can't just say the majority of people that are helping us, they're just going to have to figure it out on their own. And all of their children are going to have to figure it out on their own
somebody
too.
that's a threat to the
We
community.
have to help each other.
But wait, Fantasy Island Girl, what is it that you think that divorced single women need help with?
I'm not speaking on the divorced single women. I'm speaking on the women that had children before they were married. They've never been married. They just had children.
So
they've never been married.
What do they need help with?
They need help with financial stability. They need help with childcare. They need help with food. They need help with clothing. They need help with a lot of things because it takes more than one person to raise a child successfully most times. So if they don't have the father, they have to lean on the community.
So why can't they just get back with the child's father, providing that it's not a dangerous situation?
Providing it's not a dangerous situation, providing he actually wants to be in a relationship with her, right?
No,
a lot of times
it's not about
these people you can't force somebody to be in a relationship with you.
And you
so
can't
these
force
women
people to
are
want to help
chasing
you.
You can't even force somebody to have a relationship with their child. So a lot of these women are chasing their baby's fathers down, trying to make them have the relationship that they need.
That is a minority. What you're talking about. Majority of their fathers want to be with their kids, but these mothers are saying, "I don't want you to be around because I don't like you. I don't like the new girlfriend that you have." So that's not true. I think
that's the majority.
Absolutely.
I don't want you around because I don't like you. I don't like the girlfriend you have, even though I'm struggling. You think that's the majority? Because I think that's a myth.
There are a lot of
I'm talking about Black most of the times it's because they cannot communicate effectively. Not because of a girlfriend. It's because they literally been at each other's throats since they had the baby, and they're basically just keeping it cute until something blows up again. They've never been friends. They've never been cool. They've never been in a relationship, really.
There are some women that the dad ain't even showing up for the pregnancy because of whatever reason. Like they're never having a copacetic relationship to begin with. Damn conversation, damn them being able to communicate. The reality is we have a lot of Black women who have a conditioning that thinks that if I have a baby and he's not around, shit's gonna be good because I have X, Y, and Z to rely on. I say this, and I hate to even personal experience. Just put it out there. Personal experience. I know firsthand. I've watched this situation of a person be pregnant by a man who had multiple children, and the first thing she said was, "It's cool because my mama always got my back." That is the community. Her mama did not make that fucking baby. Her mama was not there when she was dealing with that man and having the stresses of issues with that man. She went through the pregnancy by herself the entire time. Motherfucker didn't even come to the birth room. And then he decided months later, now I want to be a daddy. Don't take my rights away. After it was her putting the pressure on him to say, well, shit, since she ain't going to be here, you might as well go ahead and sign him over. But the reality is that is the majority. We have to stop sitting here acting like women are so gung-ho to wanting men to be in the household, to understanding the value of a man with a parent. The only time they understood what it mean to have a father around was when it's they raggedy ass daddy who wasn't around. But when it comes to their children and their child's needs, if the man ain't cutting the check for the baby, they don't want to hear it. So sitting here trying to say all the community needs to do is step in and help with all of this additional financial aid, which Cloud Jones already mentioned. They have subsidiaries, they have programs, but you can get a voucher to send your kid to daycare if you're a single mama, literally. So they don't need no help unless it's coming from the other parent. Put that responsibility. While y'all fighting so hard to put it on the community, fight that hard to put it on the man who helped make the fucking baby.
They've been fighting all this time. Have you been missing it? They've been fighting all this time, asking for child support, asking for financial aid, asking for things outside of what they would get from themselves from the father. So what are you talking about?
But these ladies that you're talking about, most of these ladies are leaving this man. They're leaving and making the situation worse. And I'm not talking about dangerous situations. I ain't talking about that. But women are leaving men because of the communication that you mentioned, right? Oh, we don't get along. We're not compatible. Men don't say that. They will stay and fight for what they got going on. But women are actually leaving their relationship and say they need help. You could have had help if you stayed and you work it out. You know,
so what did they stay through? They stayed through the cheating. They stayed through the lying. They stayed
everybody's
through the
cheating.
I'm not talking about
most people cheat.
No, most people don't.
Most people have been in a relationship where they've been cheated on or they've cheated.
Both are cheating.
Saying that this person is supposed to stay. Thank you, but she could have cheated. I'm just saying they're supposed to stay through the cheating. They're supposed to stay through the talk, through the miscommunications. They're supposed to stay through the lying. I understand these things, but most people are not going to stay through the cheating. They're just fucking not. They're not going to stay through the lying. They're just fucking not. And you can't force them to. So outside of the ability to force somebody to stay in a relationship that they believe is toxic, the only thing we can do is provide financially and provide physically for the child. And if you're not doing that as a parent, yes. And if you're not doing that and emotionally, and if you're not doing that as a parent, you are failing. And if you are failing as a parent, you need assistance because the child cannot fail.
What needs to be provided?
Okay, so you have to agree to disagree.
Well, the only thing that needs to be provided is the father. The only thing that needs to be provided is the father. I don't care. If
I just said.
I don't wait.
So the parent.
All right. So the point is, the only person that needs to be provided is the father. You can't then say, "Oh, well, these people decide that they don't want to be together anymore. So, community, come in and pay for everything." No,
I said he should still be providing. But if he's not,
then we're not.
If he has failed, if he is failing, who is going to help?
Nobody. Either go back to your man or
the
keep
community,
it pushing.
sir. The community, sir.
Or keep it pushing.
Even if the man we don't ever have these conversations when women deal with a man who has passed away. If she's struggling on her own, we assume that there has been some form of a supplement in place, whether it's life insurance, whether it was some form of Social Security or whatever. We always assume that woman don't need no damn help. She move on with life. Why do y'all fight so hard for active, alive men who can be well-to-do, nothing's wrong with him, to have this separation, and then you want to be contingent upon when he get to be a deadbeat or when he don't, because now you want the community to step up. No, ma'am. He made the baby. We all take that gamble. If you go sleep with a man, even if he been in the house with you, even if he married you, it's a possibility he may wake up one day and feel different. You know who that child got to deal with? Still the parent. Still the damn parent. Even if that man not around, he could be on a business trip, he could be overseas, he could be dead. Your damn responsibility. Stop trying to put that on everybody else. I ain't gonna give you my money because you to stay here and had a baby.
We're not. You're projecting.
Hold on, y'all. Let me get Elam, man. What's going on, brother? Welcome to the show.
Wait, I'm about to go to sleep. So good night, you guys.
We all about to go to sleep. So let me just get Elam, man.
All right, good night.
All right, thank y'all for having me, man. Hey, on some real deal. Like, I'm from the projects. I grew up in that environment in the early '90s, even 92 when I moved to the projects. So all this community, the village, all that, ain't no village, man. Ain't no village in the projects. You know what I'm saying? I ain't get bullied. You know, bullying and all. I ain't get bullied when I was in the suburbs in first grade, you know, kindergarten, first grade, till I moved to the projects. And, you know, when I moved to the projects, when my dad left, it's hell on earth when you don't have your biological father, and men and little girls yearn for their biological father. We know our dad. Let's just get it out the gate. We know that it's not our dad, and we want our real father, no matter what. So, whatever, single moms and everything. My mom was a single mom and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? I played football and all that. I had mentors and stuff like that. But it was football in school. You know what I'm saying? I knew right just by observing. Some people catching and some don't. You know what I'm saying? And it's just pissing me off because I was that kid I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? It's jacked up. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but I made it. You know what I'm saying? I made it now. I'm 38 now. Been married 18 years. You know what I'm saying? Lived a fast life on the streets and everything. Went to the Navy. I was a deputy sheriff and I did the Army. And like you, as men and little girls, you got to tell them to push. You know what I'm saying? Especially for little girls, you got to teach little girls, the new little girls coming up, the attributes and the potential of a man. You have them early on. You got to teach them very early. I have 2 boys. Teach them very early on. Don't be putting up with this, from your gang, whatever. You gotta tell them what not to do and what to do, and you gotta tell them. You gotta show and tell them. You know what I'm saying? Like I show my boys my checks when you know what I'm saying, from the middle from I'm a contractor. I show my boys my check every month. Look, your daddy make right here. This is what I'm finna put on these bills. This is how you pay these bills. Man, don't you know, when I got in the military, I didn't know how to pay a bill. That's the most fundamental basic skill you have to, just for survival. Rent, like water, trash, gas, how to do your gas for your car, oil change, brakes, all of that stuff. Change out the sprinklers, all of that, man. We not even getting that. Most black kids don't even know how to change oil. Nephew, he 30. I taught him how to change out a throttle body on his car. You know what I'm saying? Basic stuff, man. We don't even know the basics. And it's horrible.
I hear you. I'm gonna be honest. What you're talking about is the catalyst of your parents failing you. And that's essentially where we are as adults today. You were able to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and do exactly what you need to do. But that idea, the reason why it does not work is because other black people don't have shit, bro. You put 2 incomes in a household, and I'm telling you this, and I'm gonna be candid. My auntie was on crack. My daddy raised her child, and he had her kid all the way up until he was 13. And when my cousin got into trouble, adolescence, she finally got clean. Even when he got ready to go to school, they was gonna kick my cousin out. He had 2 weeks to finish up, and he graduated before they was gonna send him to alternative school and make him relapse for a whole year. My daddy was doing it. His daddy stayed across the tracks. So what you're saying, that your family is your community. That is not other people's fault because your mother did not teach you the fundamentals of how to pay bills. That is not other people's fault because your mother was not the person who stayed with your dad, or your dad didn't stay with your mom, and their relationship disintegrated for other reasons. It's too many times we're trying to make other people guilty for the life that they live because of precarious situations that people have put themselves in. I got a cousin right now. She got a baby daddy, 3 kids together. And the motherfucker barely paid child support. And because she chose to go get married, it got reduced. So now she working 2 jobs. That is you and your husband's problem. That ain't nobody else's issue.
So I got one more thing to say. I'm gonna drop off. I got one more thing to say.
Well, y'all not really telling us anything more than what we have to do. We got to do the same shit, bro.
But look, listen. I'm gonna give you the blueprint. I'm gonna give you the foundation right here. I'm finna give it to you. Everybody on here, and I'm finna dip. So, family. So you know how they say blood, water. That's a lie. Family is the same spirit, right? It can be any color, right? It's any color. You don't want to keep one, people or a single group out. You know what I'm saying? So. Blood is not thicker than water. Your people is who your people is, and you gotta move. You gotta move different, man. It's insane out here, man. And that's it for me, man. Cause it's a shame, and I keep seeing it's just a damn shame.
I'm gonna be real with you.
I love all y'all. Yeah.
I appreciate you.
I'm gonna be real with you.
He said,
people, we have a situation where we want people to pick up the pieces for free. You want me to mentor your kid? Pay me. You want me to take your kid and coach them in football or teach them how to do things? Pay me. If that's how you really want us to come in and rally behind you, pay me to do it. But you can't sit here, because the thing is, we always want people to do for free what we should be doing. We always want credit for what we should be doing. You're supposed to be the one raising your kid. You're supposed to be the one to team up with the father to raise your children, or team up with the mother to raise your children. If you want everybody else in the community to get involved, pay them. It's not our responsibility to rally around you if you're making poor decisions. It's not just like you can choose to do whatever you want to do and then say, oh, the community, y'all can't tell me what to do with my life. Y'all can't tell me how to live. You can't tell me how to raise my kid. You can't tell me if I have to be in a relationship or not. Then you can't tell us to step behind you and pick up the pieces when you fuck up. We get to leave you where you are. If you tell me I can't tell you to be you telling me I can't tell you how to parent, how to formulate that you should be in a relationship with the father of your child and that you need to stay and figure that shit out. You tell me, oh no, I'm an adult, I can make decisions on my own. Then make decisions on your own. Then don't come back to me and then tell me, hey, you need to come in and help me raise my kid because I made this decision. Fuck you and fuck your damn kid.
Damn.
Yo, Sweeney, though, for real, though.
Because it ain't
I'll say real quick.
Then that's how look, ain't my kid. I'm not doing that.
One more thing.
The one thing he said that he made it was because he had mentors. He had mentors in his life, right? So that could have been a difference between him doing what he's doing now, being successful, or the difference between him being a menace to society. So we just have to kind of consider that when we decide to say, hey, F the children, we're going to dump them all. That's it. I'm going to keep it short because I know y'all got to roll.
He still said he went down a bad path. He still said that he is part of the system. I mean,
my dad.
The entirety of it is we're not even talking about the actual different ways that people parent. We ain't even got to that portion. We ain't even got to how some people talk to their kids versus the way some don't. Some people participate in activities with their kids versus the way some don't. The education. We ain't even talked about that part. We solely talking about why are you
together
for your parent and your children, the other parent of your kid. This is what
you
we
gotta You gotta whoop their ass, man. You gotta whoop their ass a little bit.
Why is it that it's so hard for two people who had no problem finding a schedule to have sex to get together, put their differences aside to deal with the child? Why is that everybody else's obligation but the two people who made the damn baby?
Hey, say I'm for the dip. Look at this. Look.
That's the tripped out part to me. Y'all get along all the way up until the baby's here. Y'all get over all.
I think that part. I don't believe in supporting them like that. All I'm saying is that in some cases the kid's already here, right? If you can do something to mentor a young person that you encounter, you probably should. I do it just as a service. Like if I see young dudes and I can talk to them and I know they will listen, then and I can guide them in the right direction, then I will anytime that I can. I'm not saying that the system needs to support them. I'm not saying the system needs to support them or none of that. I'm not talking about any monetary gain, nothing, no benefit. But if I run into a young person that I could steer in the right direction, I'm doing that.
You know what's crazy? All right, hold on, man. We're gonna finish off with Cloud, man. We're gonna close up out of here.
Yeah, I wanted to say something that might be a little bit of a change in direction, but I feel like it has to be said in all fairness, right? Because we're talking about what to do with these kids and all that are being brought into the world, but like this is specifically for the fellas because I feel like nobody said this. Like if you're not trying to marry her, stop filling up with your seed. Yeah, you feel me? Like stop knocking up. Like a lot of y'all have no dick control. A lot of y'all have no ability to pull out. No type of none of that. And it's like if you're not doing that, if you don't got no dick control, stop fucking raw. Wrap it up. You know what I'm saying? Like there's certain stuff you just shouldn't be doing if you're not operating at that level. A lot of dudes is out here making kids off of a whim because they wanted a nut. And I feel like if we're gonna talk about the spirit of accountability, we gotta hold them accountable. That's some sucker shit. Stop doing that. Stop getting drunk and impregnating people, changing their life. Stop like we get it. We all want to have sex. We all want to have a good time. We all want to enjoy ourselves. But at the end of the day, like if you have no intentions of creating a long-term legacy with this person, stop impregnating them. You have full control over where you plant your seed. And it's like when you planted your seed in her, you can't necessarily blame her entirely. When she's unruly with your seed, you the one who planted it in it. You know what I'm saying? Don't plant it there. You won't have the problem. Watch where your nut goes. If you can't flush it or you can't see the tissue it went in, that's not smart. Know where your nut goes. Take care of that. That way you don't have no little accidents being formed, and then you can take the power completely out of the women's hands entirely. But and just make it our responsibility. That way, like let's say, like Mr. Lego always says, they kids anyway. So if they really children, then why leave your nut in their hands or their vagina, respectively?
What do we do to those men?
Hold on, yeah. I'm get these last bit of super chats, man. Do what Phil says. They do be Uncle Tom. We tried it. Fantasy in the community of black women started dating and marrying average men making $35K a year, 80% rate. Arguing just to be arguing. And saying one says she think we can't say our mothers were wrong. And lastly, I need to get into Paris DM. Uh-oh. See the power.
Clout.
Be saying to hard on here, I am not a single woman. Please wrap that up.
Clout, what should we do with those men that
Come on,
run up to these women raw?
Man, we gonna have to start vasectomy. You know what I mean? Like make a law, man. You niggas keep making too many children. You're not taking vasectomy, man. That way you can't just keep that way you can just do all the nothing you want, and then nobody gotta pay the tab.
So
Simple as
that. So here it is, y'all. We make the men get a vasectomy. We throw the mother and the child away. We ain't helping none of y'all asses. You need a vasectomy. We gonna throw their ass away. All of y'all, fuck all of y'all. I mean, that's the reality. If you out here making babies and you and that woman can't get along, fuck all y'all.
I'll leave it at this. You got three options. Only one will impregnate a person.
Okay. All right, y'all, man. Appreciate y'all tuning in tonight. Thank y'all for sticking around, Lady Dad. You barely holding on. You barely holding on.
Exactly, I am. You know how it go.
I find it interesting that now all of a sudden the women are talking about throw them away now. Now that we done said we're gonna throw the man away. Now we can throw them all away. Come on, man. I swear.
Yeah, if somebody said vasectomies for all boys at 16, like that's a little crazy. You know what I mean? But like
saying that a woman should get her tubes tied at 16. Y'all are goofy as hell, boy.
But if you got
some of the comments in the chat tonight.
Vasectomy. That's it.
Some of the comments in the chat tonight, y'all don't know me. I'm very passionate about Black families, and when I turn up, I stand behind what I do. This is my life. I talk to young women. I talk to young girls. I'm passionate about it. So don't say I'm turning a new leaf for no cameras because y'all don't know me. Have a good night.
Watch out. All right, y'all, man. Make sure y'all follow everybody and support everybody, man. Thank you guys for being the best chat. Y'all got me past my bedtime, man. I'm oversleep tomorrow. All right, y'all. We out of here.
Make sure y'all feel the Teach, man. Just drop that link, man. Copy out that Teach. Just drop that link. I want to say thank you guys on the behalf of the Lapeef Network. Thank everybody that participated tonight. Shout out to the greatest chat ever. Shout out to all my green gang that's out there. Do me a favor, make sure you hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel on your way out. Y'all be safe out there. Shout out to all the third shift, all the first responders out there. All my truck drivers. Hit that horn for me one time. Here we go.
Flexing like this great body, extra real body. Say you wanna beef a body, we gon' come and see a body.
See Mr. GX87, appreciate you, sir.
Extra real body.
BZ for my baby Zaddy, what's going on?
Find out nothing sweet about it. Flexing like this great body, extra real body. Say you wanna beef a body, we gon' come and see a body. Flexing like this great body, extra real body. Say you wanna beef a body, find out nothing sweet about it. Look, mile like 3-6 pulled up, ski trip cold winter. I'm eating good. I remember when we had no dinner. West side, east side, no side, both sides with me. Check, come and check, leaving flex season 12, come and get me. Yeah, the run around, high speed, chasing all the big bags. Bending corners, bending rules, bending necks, give the whiplash. Slide through hot knife, warm butter storm, gutter drain lane. Young man, old habit, still let it, tryna let my chain hang. True story, new story, 2-story condo, B&B. 4 bath, 1 me, no key, like I did a B&E. Being me, so good, so hood, so not worried about it. 250,000 new views, old news, know you probably heard about it. Extra, read about it. Headline, word around town, flexing. Ballin' on my course, so I ain't worried about nobody out of bounds, stressing. Feeling like Hercules, murder these ain't a problem to me. Tried to tell the main service, don't come unless you bring it condoms to me. Flexing like this great body, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it, we gon' come and see about it. Flexing like this great body, extra read about it. Say you wanna beef about it, find out nothing sweet about it. Moving, shaking, coming down.
Last track, family. Hit that like button on your way out.
Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power, flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power, flipping. Moving, shaking, coming down to me. Stacking, racking, money, power, flipping.
All right, family. That was the last